Hello, I am Eagle, Eagle Gardens, Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking Talking Shit with Eagle, episode number 55. Tonight will be no exception on a great episode. We have another cannabis breeder with us to tell us about his story and his genetics. Can't wait to get this thing going. Without further ado, let me bring you Glorious Genetics. How you doing tonight, Glorious Genetics? Why don't you tell everybody first and foremost where they can find you and how you doing today?
Hey, thanks for having me on the show. I'm super excited to be here. You guys can find my stuff, I guess, Glorious Genetics on Instagram, just at Glorious Genetics. And then the website as well. It's got a bunch of information on it and pictures of different things that we have. So that's gloriousgenetics.com. And, feel free to shoot me an email as well if you got any questions or a DM. I'm always happy to field questions and help people out.
That worked perfectly there, Modern Genetics. That I'm watching it on YouTube now, and that your graphic worked perfect.
Awesome, perfect. I'm trying to get the chat up right now. Let me see that. If not, then I might just have to have you tell me if there's any questions or something. But I'm gonna give it a quick second here to try and pull it up. Thought I had it.
Oh, no worries.
Anyways.
Wish everybody a happy day. We got a bunch of people in chat already.
Excellent. Yeah, I hope everyone's having a
grower, another YouTube streamer. Sus, Johnny Canna or Canna Trooper, Johnny Canna Seeds, Warlock. How you guys doing tonight? Hopefully you've have something you can partake in with during this, Glorious.
Oh shoot, that is a good idea, man. I haven't even gotten a bowl going. Got a little spoon right here. Awesome. Well, it's not.
At some point, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, man, it's not pulling up the live. So if there's any questions, you just let me know and shout them out or whatever. Anytime is cool. I think
you could also bring it up on your cell phone, and if you want to. Also, just saying.
Yeah, let me do that. That might be easier. I should be able to just click the link in your profile. And then where does the live show up, though? It's the only problem.
It should show up. It should show up right up top.
Shoot.
But that's a good subject right there. Did you find it?
No, man. I'm looking all over your YouTube. I'm on your YouTube profile. I just can't find the live. Oh, there it is. Shoot. It just took a minute to show up. That's what it was.
That's because the last two episodes, the first episode, 2 nights ago with Miss Nudie, I kind of figured maybe it was the name that got me flagged. But then last night with Pedro's Grow Room got flagged as well. So somebody is obviously reporting the show and kind of, making it a little difficult.
Yeah,
I got 2 flags in a row from YouTube last night, which is age restricting my videos now and probably not making it so it's coming up for other people.
That's probably why. If you're not logged in, or if or if your account's under. I think I had it in a private window, so I wasn't messing around with stuff. And that's probably why it wasn't showing up. So cool, awesome. I got everything working. I'm good to go.
A little working. Did you get your something to smoke there as well?
I did. I got a little bit some Planet of the Grapes here from actually Ethos Genetics. So we just got done harvesting this, doing kind of a test round. We crossed it with some modified grapes pollen, and that's from Symbiotic, and just pulled it down cleaned it up, and ran through all the seeds. So super excited about that one. I've been looking for that, looking forward to it for a while now.
Yeah, I love the name of it, Planet of the Grapes. Just sounds super interesting, really.
Yeah, anytime I mention that, when people say, "Ooh, that sounds good," yeah. So they did a nice job with that, and it was a good grow. Nice colors on it, good purple hues. Only weird thing is, so like I said, I crossed it with the modified grapes pollen. And hey, what's up, Mr. D's? Oh, Miss D's. And I crossed with the modified grapes pollen. Did it the same time as the modified grapes F2, and was able to pull in. This is a small round test, about 150 seeds off each of the phenos. Um, but on the flip side, the Planet of the Grapes was maybe 5 to 20 per plant seeds. So they didn't really like the pollen for some reason. It's kind of interesting.
You think maybe it's just the genetics? I wonder about ethos for some reason if they're
You know,
slightly modified.
it it was a feminized seed, right? So they're feminized, and the modified grapes wasn't. So that could be part of it. And then some of the Planet of the Grapes had some kind of weirdnesses. Specifically, one of them was a trifoliate for that's like showing three different kind of nodes where it would normally show two. And it lost that trait after maybe four nodes or so, but still kind of weird.
What was it aggressive grower grape?
It
I know a lot
was.
of anything I've ran by them, it was like it's been almost more than aggressive. That's why it makes me wonder if it hasn't been modified because it seems like a lot of their streams are just too vigorous for your average plant. It seems like.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it definitely was vigorous, and I don't know for certain, but I know that some people say that ruderalis will add a lot of vigor. I'm not saying that's what they do, but there may be some sort of something to it. Kind of those older lines that are kind of closer to land race have a lot of that vigor in them. Um, but people don't like to mess with that sometimes for different reasons.
Let's get off the heck off the ethos.
Yeah, right.
Why are we even talking about that?
I mean, shoot, right.
So, go ahead. I meant to tell you that before we aired. If I happen to trip you up or cut you off in any way, just run over me.
Oh,
Just run over.
sure.
They
That's
hear
all
me
good.
talk night after night after night, so
Sure.
they
Yeah.
want to hear you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I like to give credit to everybody that we grow because we do try out a lot of different strains, cultivars, seeds, yeah, whatever you want to call them. We pop a lot of seeds in trying to find that one good thing. Um, and yeah, I guess I can get a little bit into the story of how I got here. Um, it's kind of started smoking, maybe later than some people, but around the age of 18 or so. Um, Friends kind of introduced me to it, and um, having all sorts of media telling me it's bad or whatever, it was a scary thing for me. Like, oh, I shouldn't do that. I tried it, no big deal, right? Like it wasn't, you know, eh, all the weirdness that people tell you about. At least for me, it wasn't an issue. Um, and on top of that, I actually found it to be an excellent medicine. So around that same time, shortly after, like I was first introduced to it, medical came available in the state of Michigan. So I applied for that as soon as it was available. It was like 2009, I want to say. Um, and I got my card. So I have kind of a rare genetic birth defect. And as part of that, there's a lot of things that come with it. But basically, cannabis allowed me to be active again, really live my life, kind of be happy. And it was amazing to me because here's this thing I thought it was not good, and it changed my life like for the better. Um, I got mobile again, so I have some mobility issues. I got mobile again, and as part of that, I got healthier. I could lose weight, which you know, kept me being more mobile, like less pain. And I really saw a huge improvement, and that kind of changed my view on everything. And that's why I firmly believe it's a medicinal plant. Um, it helps out so many people in so many different ways. Um, yeah. So I
So were you
bas
open to cannabis at all before then?
I had friends and like they used it, they smoked, and I would always say like, "Oh, it's not for me," because I thought it was something like just to, kind of to get high, "Oh, I'm gonna get funny." Kind of like drinking, like, I'm just gonna drink to get drunk. I'm gonna smoke to get high. Like that's all I thought it was. I didn't really realize that there were so many benefits from it because I just had one view. Um, yeah, so I wasn't opposed to it. I just thought it. I just didn't realize. Yeah.
Well, I'm not knocking it. Everybody comes from different backgrounds, and some of it are just some people are just introduced to it later in life. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, there's been a lot of stigma, wrongly placed on it through the years. And, that's nobody's blame, really, other than the people before us. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yep. Yes. Like you said, there's a lot of stigma, and even now there is still stigma. People have these older beliefs, and they haven't seen other views. They haven't had kind of their eyes opened. Um, yeah, but it's a lot better than it used to be. I'm grateful for that.
Me too. Too. So, I mean, how immediate were your different angle here because most people that I interview have had a little bit of cannabis background. You know what I mean. So it's a
Mhm.
little different approach here. Um, so how immediate were the effects, and what were some of the intake methods that you immediately tried? Was it smoking right off the bat, or did you try creams, lotions, CBD?
Yeah. So, first thing was, well, I guess I should preface. Started about maybe 2 years before medical was legal, so there was a little bit of time in there, but it was smoking mainly. That's how I was introduced to it, and then from there, edibles, um, and they're very different for me personally. Type of high. Um, and tend to like smoking more, um, because edibles are great for pain relief for me, but they don't leave me. They give me the couch lock. I'm not as active. I fall asleep, and it's great for bedtime and things like that. But personally, for me, flower is a little bit more active. For the daytime, um, keeps me awake. So that's what I tended to use. Shortly after, like the same place where I got my doctor's recommendation. Uh, I don't know the exact time frame, but they started carrying wax, and I was like, oh, cool, I'll try that. And that was like knife hits or whatever, and then that was really good, but very expensive, and kind of a pain to do and use. And then the vape carts came out, and those were cool as well. Those were very convenient, super easy to use. Um, but they got like temporarily banned within our area because the like the local authorities had some concerns about people driving with them just because of how easy it was to use. They're like, oh, people could be driving with these, and you wouldn't even know it. It's like, oh, okay, sure. So those got banned, and then I stopped using those for a while, and then now recently, they're coming back into popularity again, and all the concerns about the fake carts and distillates, and even the carts themselves having heavy metals. And so I stay away from all that now, because it's too worrisome for me. It's too much unknown, because I don't control it personally. I don't know what's going into it, and that's part of the reason why I started growing my own, is because I wanted to know what was going into what I'm using. It's a personal thing for me. If you're taking something daily, uh, for my health, I want to be fully aware, what it is, how it got there, how it grew, everything about that. And you know, because also too, I did start before it was fully medically legal. I had to kind of get what was just available. And sometimes that'd be that, that brick weed, where it's just vacuum sealed down to the smallest little brick, and you got to chip it off, and it's kind of dry. And, it's like, we used to joke, just brickweed. Um, and it wasn't good, you know? And I said, who knows what's on this? They could be spraying it with anything. How did it even get here? Like, I don't know. So yeah, I decided at that point I can legally grow, so why not? I've got a place. I've got my rights to do it as a patient. Let's go.
Yeah, brickweed was terrible, man. And I feel super bad that you were even ever introduced to that in the beginning.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it's you got to make do with what you have, and it's better than nothing. Um, yeah, I've been there too, where it's just like you drop the bowl or your grinder on the floor. It's like, oh no, that was the last of it, guys. Like, and you're trying to pick it out of the carpet or something. It, that's what back when it was like fully illegal, you had to make do.
We were joking the other night about how standards change from a user to a smoker. I'm sorry, when you're a user to a grower, after you've grown for a while and you have a little bit extra laying around, that, like you said, you spill that grinder on the carpet. Back then you were picking it, back out of the carpet. Not so much now. Now nowadays you're growing it. You're like, even it hits the ground. Food. I think you almost have a better chance of picking up a piece of food off the ground with the 5-second rule than most growers will with the bud.
Oh, I agree. Yes, totally. Yeah, I'd rather eat like a skittle off the ground than some carpet weed nowadays. So yeah, oh, that's funny.
Doesn't take very long either.
That's true. That's very true.
So I guess, tell us about that. Well, let's stay on the medical side real quick before we get into growing. Uh,
Yeah.
so was it did you stick with just smoking it in edibles, or did you find that, because you never really kind of said your mobility issue, but you never kind of said if it was a back or whatever. Have you
Mm.
tried creams or the, fecal oil or
Oh,
RSOs,
I have not really
stuff like
tried
that for the pain?
tinctures. Yeah. I no RSOs or creams or oils. Mostly I've tried uh like an edible. I haven't tried any topicals. Um, because well, I don't know, mainly because I never found anything that appealed to me specifically. Like, I know people have said Rick Simpson oil is great, uh, but I heard mostly that in reference towards like cancer, or things of that nature. So being really effective there. Um, uh, so I never thought about trying it for me, and just because I also found something that worked, So why? I guess why mess with something that's good? So I never did try topicals, but it's definitely something I should probably explore more.
Yeah, I highly suggest it. I mean, it takes some getting used to, but if you have it laying around, I almost think you should get it into your system and almost as a vitamin. You know what I mean? Why
Mm-hmm.
wait for, like, if you could have the potential of a cancer, why wait for it to kick in? You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? It's good for so many things. Just why limit it and why wait, though, necessarily.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah. For
at least
my
just maybe even a CBD, straight CBD every day.
Yeah, that's a good point. I have one CBD hybrid I'm working on, and then a possibly CBD plant. I haven't tested it yet, so I can't confirm. But I was told it's CBD, so I've got those coming up. Might try that. And then I know for my own personal stuff, um, when I go through, I will actually trim and kind of pull the bud out with just my hands. I won't use gloves. This is my own personal stuff, so I don't have an issue. And um, my hands get sticky, fingers get sticky, and they actually always feel really good afterwards. So maybe there is something to try there.
Oh, for sure, for sure. A lot of people are even finding the roots, pulling down the roots and making salves out of it. Like that has a lot of anti-inflammatory properties that are just
Hmm.
now being utilized.
Yeah, anti-inflammatory is things like specifically things I try to look for in like what I'm growing and the effects for me. And I've tried a few different things. I've heard people making tea out of like the stems, just boiling it and drinking the tea, like a herbal tea. I tried that. It was okay. Um, I didn't quite like the taste, a little too bitter. So I didn't really do it again. But yeah. And then I think what else have I heard? People will use the leaves as like a actual food, like salad. Um, they'll just eat the leaves or even the like sprouts of roots, things like that. Um, I tried that one time. I had a whole bunch of little plants I wasn't going to keep, so I just chopped all the tops and made a little salad.
Yeah, it's not very good as a salad either.
No, I gotta agree with you. It's kind of rough. It's a rough texture, kind of bitter.
So it's yeah. I hope that at some point you do try venturing out and try some of the other ingestion methods as well. So I guess tell me a little bit about that first grow.
Oh wow, yeah.
Walk
The
me through
first one.
that.
Yeah, well, shoot. Thinking back now, it was a ways back, not too long ago, but I remember how excited I was. You get into your first grow and it's just like the whole world is open up to you. You like, what seeds am I gonna get? What lights am I gonna get? What tent? What's in my soil or hydroponics? Like, what is gonna happen? And I had no cultivation experience at all. I had forums online, and I had you know basic knowledge of plants. That's about it. So a lot of research kind of went into it, and a little bit of, I guess, self discovery in the sense I had to decide, did I want to go like salts or soil, and I found that going organic was important for me. So I made that choice up front. I said I would like to grow organic as much as possible. Um, kind of researched into things of that nature. I came upon the Canna line of nutrients, the Canna Bio, basically, um, and tried those out. Used soil. I think I did Fox Farms and just some kind of cocoa mix. I think it was Canna cocoa. Fox Farms Ocean Forest mix up the soil. And for the most part, kind of following the instructions, worked out all right. Uh, I tried my hand at autos as well as regular photo period. Uh, the autos I really quite liked at the beginning because you just plan it and it's good to go. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to worry about flipping the light schedule. And they can make some pretty monster plans. Yeah, they get big. Um, yeah, after a while, I had a few runs with autos that didn't quite go as well as I wanted. They freaked out. They hermed because they were feminized autos. They hermed and started growing crazy once they like probably should have been flipped into flower. And I said, well, this is a lot of work for not much. I could just do regular photo period. I still worked with all feminized at the beginning because I was worried about getting a male. Um, so I switched after a few runs just to regular um, photo period plants. I had one tent at the time. Researched everything you could imagine. I'm sure you guys have all done the same, you know. And I think I got like a standard kind of metal halide. I think I went for 1,000 watt. Um, yeah, it was good. It lasted a while. It was great. It's great for what it was.
Tell me about a little bit about your auto experience. Everybody's always curious on autos, and I'll be right about honest with you. I've ran them twice. First time I had zero luck. The second time I wasn't impressed. So, how has your luck been with autos overall?
Yeah. So the first couple times, I believe I really liked it. I believe I was running, if I'm remembering it right. There's quite a few. I think the one I was most happy with was called like White Dwarf Auto, something like that. Um, who knows? It was a while back now, but it was really good. I loved it. Is big colas, quick, fast flower, and I didn't have to worry about the light schedule. I really quite liked it. And then I had some eh, runs, where uh, later issues, supposedly some Girl Scout cookies autos and something else I can't remember. Um, Ran those. They did good for a while, right? They got great, and then they hit a certain period, either a height or maybe the roots maxed out in the container or time frame. I'm not sure what it was, but they freaked out. They started growing really tall, like they started stretching basically, and then herming. And I said, "Nah, I don't want this." And that round I had done. I remember that was way later. I had done Girl Scout cookies auto, and I tried to find some more White Dwarf because I said, "Oh, I'll rerun this. It was such a good one last time." And well, I didn't have the same success, And I said, "Well, what am I doing with these?" But I think a lot of it has to do with getting a reliable auto, getting some reliable seeds from somebody. I don't do autos. Um, and at the time I was trying all sorts of different ones, so I didn't know what to expect, hit or miss. And I knew that going into it. And then the other thing too is if you are growing autos, you got to know not to stress them out. So like the least amount of transplanting you can do, give them their final resting container, things like that. Treat them nicely. Uh, yeah, and generally speaking, I don't really treat my plants that nicely because I like to make sure they're hardy. Uh, I feel like they should be able to withstand stress. They're plants. If they can grow through rocks and
Oh,
soil, they can grow through anything.
What was the draw for you for the autos? Just the simplicity of not having to separate rooms, or was it you just wanted to run some in veg while you were uh, you had extra space in veg, or you just what was the reasoning in choosing the autos to begin with? If you don't mind me asking.
Yeah, definitely. Um, I mean, there's a couple things. One of them was, the interest. I had never run an auto before. I was kind of curious to see, what it would do. Um, I like that's a big part of growing for me. Curiosity. I like to watch these plants grow. I like to see how they grow, the leaf structure, the flowers, everything. So that was part of it. The other one was definitely, like you said, simplicity. So at the start, I was a newer grower, and the simplicity of just having a planet and not worry about different light spectrums or switching your schedule uh, seemed easy, and it was for the most part. um, and then later on, when I tried to do them again, like I stopped for a while, then tried again. It was to try and increase harvest, like bump up space usage in the room. So like in the flower room, you have some empty spots. Why not fill it with an auto? Was the thought. And that one didn't go so well, like I said. Why not fill it with an auto? Well, because the auto for me ended up herming out. Um, but like I said, I'm sure if you find a good one, like they have their uses.
Well, I have most definitely heard good luck stories and bad luck stories with them. But I'm always curious on why people are drawn to them. If it's just the simplicity, because to be honest, I didn't even know that. I figured that they were just females. Autos would be females, and they'd be just too that easy. And then it
Mm.
wasn't until as if not too late that I realized I got something there. Like, yeah, that's a mixed pack. And I'm like, what? I still got to pick out the males out of these things. And I was like, at that point, I was like, yeah, if I'm going to do all this, then why not just stick with phototropic lights, a photo period
Mhm.
strains to begin with. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Why not just stick with regular seeds? So that's what I did. I've always done, to be honest with you.
Yep.
I
I
wasn't,
mean,
but some people have had good luck with them. I don't want to, totally knock them. There, people have had great results. I guess it's like you said, it just kind of boils down to coming down to a reliable breeder. I guess.
yeah, it's finding something reliable, and then it's your own growing environment too. It's your own techniques. Some people uh, just doesn't suit them, and for me, it just didn't suit my needs. But I have seen people with great results. So.
I was curious when you said they were growing fine and then they kind of just took off on you. Were they like a deep pot or were they like a short pot?
Ooh, let's see. This was a little bit ago. I believe at the time I was running like 5 gallons. For the most part, I run 5 gallons for like flour, so I would have put them into that. But they hit probably as similar
Bucket though?
height.
I mean,
Uh,
there's a difference between like a bucket and like a 5 gallon nursery. That nurseries are a little shorter, squatter. You know what I mean?
yeah,
5 gallons a little taller, slender.
yeah. It was probably just like a regular plastic pot. I don't think I had cloth pots then. Um, yeah,
I
probably
was
just
just
as.
wondering if she had like a longer period before she hit that bottom, and then that wigged her out a little bit more than.
Oh,
That's usually when they start to flower. When they hit that bottom, it's when they usually start to really
that's a
take
good point.
just out of curiosity. So, you kind of went over the first grow. So, you second grow. How did you start to get a little bit more serious with the next round?
Well, after that, it
Canceled out.
was.
Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, go. Yeah, that's fine. After that, it was kind of you know rinse and repeat. I, I just ordered up front. I was always ordering seeds off, Attitude Seed Bank. Only place I knew get my seeds shipped overseas, and I kept ordering seeds, growing plants. Basically, did that for a few different runs until I learned about cloning. I knew it was a thing. I just didn't think it was possible, or I didn't have the right equipment at the time. It was one of those. Basically, I wasn't ready. Um, I had one little tent. Um, Later on, started cloning the plants that I found that I liked. Uh, from there, that saved a lot of money. I didn't have to buy seeds, and also I knew the plants were females. Well, I had always bought feminized seeds. Either way, I knew they were good. I had grown them out before. They were tested. So I kept cloning for a while. Um, kind of learned through the community that people needed clones. So I started giving out a few here and there. One guy I got in touch with later, he told me, man, I ran this clone of yours for 3 years. He had kept continuously cloning it, but he said, I ran this for 3 years. I liked it so much. I said, oh, that's great. That's awesome. And that kind of signaled something in my mind, like, oh yeah, maybe you got some decent plants, you know. Um, and then another guy I gave a clone to told me, hey, this is the best plant I've ever been given. Even grown myself personally, it's the best plant I ever have. And I was honestly uh, I was humbled by that. I said, oh man, thanks. Because whatever. It's just the seed I grew and, give them a cut of it. But I liked the plant. It worked for me. And I realized I could start sharing that with people. So I started kind of sharing clones through the community. Did that for a while, still growing just each round myself as I needed. Really just for personal. So not a lot, just that one tent. Uh, Eventually, you know, kind of figured, well, I've got these really good plants. I like these females. Um, Maybe I should take it a step further. And, you know, thank you. My cat's here. Take it a step further. And instead of just cloning these, see what I can mix them with. And I am a big fan of Granddaddy Perp as a plant. It's a great one. I like it. It works for me. But I didn't know of any males, no male plants, no pollen, and I didn't want to feminize anything. That was important to me, kind of upfront for the first couple generations. So started a hunt after a while. That would be like the first male hunt was for Granddaddy Purple Male, and created seeds from that, and kind of uh, kept those for friends, family, and then decided, well, maybe I should start putting them out there. I guess that's kind of the snapshot of how started back then, just growing for myself in a tent, to a little bit more nowadays, kind of hunting for males, hunting for females, figuring out what would be good, collecting the pollen, and making seeds. And really, it's all born out of necessity, is what it is. Like, you know, instead of going down to a shop or whatever, like it's really costly. I can make my own medicine, and then why not grow my own seeds? Why not cultivate it, bring it forward? Because I know what works for me. So yeah, just keep doing what I'm doing and keep things going forward was the plan, I guess.
Nice. Yeah, I admire your approach on breeding so far. Just getting it out there, just passing along, just kind of keeping yourself sustained in the beginning. That's pretty awesome. So, what are some of the traits you're looking for out of when you're looking for the male? I mean, most people, are automatically, oh, what's the female like? Female, but they don't
Mhm.
necessarily realize how many traits that the male brings. So, when
Mm.
you're hunting your male, what are some of the things you're looking for in him?
Yeah, definitely. It's very similar to hunting a female in a lot of ways, but minus, I guess, the most obvious one, which would be, bud formation, flower formation, trichromes, right? There's still smell. Like these plants still have a smell. You rub the stems. They still have leaves. Like the leaf structure, spacing between nodes. Uh, you know, can it withstand drought? Can it withstand underfeeding, overfeeding? Um, Container stress. So I'll leave them in containers, let them get root bound, see how long they can go for, things like that. You can also look too for if you got a good eye. I mean, you gotta really look close, but if you look on your stems, there's little hairs still. Like those are still trichromes. Um, you know, they show they show up. They're there. You can also take your plants to nowadays. This is really cool. I've tried it out. I love it. You can take it to a testing facility, and they can do an early chemotype test on your plant, and that'll tell you your basically CBD to THC ratio. So if it's like a 2-to-1 plant, yeah, but it gives you a rough, you know, idea of how much early cannabinoids and trichromes are on that plant, even if it's a male. And males will still have them, just not in droves like females, but sometimes they do. Um, so yeah, with that being said, I have a male, a new one that tested higher in its early levels versus some of the females. And it's a rough test. It's not what the test is designed for necessarily, but I think it's still a good approximation.
You flower them out at is flowering excuse me, is flowering them out part of your process and picking them out, or is it just kind of test and veg
Mm.
process?
Oh yeah, there's always a flower part. So um, as part of that, for the males, you can look at the pollen sac formation. They'll develop sometimes in clusters or single. So it might just be one little sac hanging off, or it might be like a node of 3 or 4 or 6, however many. So some people will say that gives an indication as to, uh, potential for future generations for flower development. I say, yeah, for sure. I think it does. Is it guaranteed that something with a cluster is going to be like better than a single? No, I don't think so. It's just two different types of plants. Um, but if you look really close under like a microscope or, just zoom in, the male pollen sacs will have hairs on them as well, trichomes. The leaves as well can also put out trichomes on them as well, the fan leaves. Um, it's just not going to be as formed, as developed as a female. Part of flowering too is color. So like when you flush, do they show a fade? Um, like if it turns purple or red or black or even just white, or not white, but really starts to lose the green, yellow, more like. Um, yeah, all these are different traits. And you can use kind of the same thing on the females, but you just got to have slightly different scale, for looking at the male traits.
Is there certain terp profiles that interest you that you're trying to chase down?
Yeah, definitely. That's a good question. Generally speaking, like the fruitier, skunkier flavors. I have a lot of gas just like asphalt, tar, gas, like diesels and stuff, because they work really well. I don't mind them. I just have a lot of it, and so I'm trying to kind of nail down more fruity, skunky, that flavor stuff there. So berries, um, getting more on the banana side because it's not quite that like bright sour, but still a little bit of fruity terp in there. Um, yeah.
Nice. So how many strains have you produced so far? Posted for personal, or do
Oh
you
wow.
you I'm assuming you have some for sale, correct? These- Or
Wow.
looking
Yeah.
for
So yeah, we got some t-shirts available. But no, there's a few left from last round. That was Summer Pavement, and what else do we have left? Sensi Storm. Uh, yeah, there was I think four basically big ones. Polyjuice Potion, Dobby Sock. Those two are gone basically. People really like those and having great success. And then Summer Pavement and Sensi Storm, also people really enjoying. So that's it for now. Beyond that, there's, you know, a lot of little things that I have. And I put them out as like freebies or just gifts, or I use for myself to hunt through. Um, and, you know, those are fun, but I wouldn't consider them super stable or really. I might give them to someone if they knew what they were looking for, like a CBD strain, or something that's maybe finicky, harder to grow, but really unique. So I kind of keep those to myself for now, but I'm working with them. Um, so upcoming, there's some cool things. Have some sour strawberry Kush that's mixed with original New York City Diesel, and that's going to go up against some Seattle Sour Kush. Um, and the Seattle Sour Kush is crossed with Trophy Wife. So it kind of got an East Coast meets West Coast sour Kush, extravaganza. Um, we got stuff on the far horizon, apples and banana terps we're hunting through right now. A lot of good things coming. Uh, it just takes time. I tell someone, we move purposefully here, but that kind of is slowly because it takes time to test these
that's
things.
respectful.
Yeah,
That's respectful. I like
yeah,
the way you put it too. Purposely, moving purposely, not
yeah,
or whatever.
for sure.
Well said. Well
Yeah,
said.
thank you.
Man, a lot of that stuff sounded like fire. To be honest with
Yeah, it's still testing out. There's multiple phenols of each, and still trying to figure out if they are, I mean, good phenos to begin with, and then second, if mixing them up is going to be good, because that's not, even if they're great phenos, sometimes mixing them is not always the best thing. So yeah, we're still testing that out, but off the bat, it's looking really nice. Tall plants, huge leaves. I like big, big plants. I think they're fun to grow. They look nice. I find that they're hardy. They're just strong. You know. Yeah.
you. Nice. So I'm kind of curious before we get. I got lots of questions still. If you got time.
Sure.
Um,
Yeah.
how'd you end up on the? I love you. Probably have no way, but I love skulls for some reason. There's no for some reason. I have a reason why I love the whole skull thing. So how'd you end up
Yeah.
on the red skull there with the crown? I dig it. I think I seen you long ago when I first seen your genetics. That was like the first thing I commented on was I love that. Love the thing there, your icon there.
Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate that. I mean, you know, basically had the idea like back in the day, like, what is this? Glorious genetics. Like, what is that? Like, glory or death is kind of the thought because I only want these best ones. And I grow a lot of seeds, and if it's not good, bin it. And it hurts to do sometimes, because I'll take the best one out of 50. And it's like, shoot, it took a lot of, upfront money, a lot of time, months of growing it, connecting with the plant. And after a while, it's like your babies, and it's just like, I don't want to get rid of you. uh you know and then from there, it's like, what is that? It's a skull with the crown. And just had that idea and kind of put it out to an artist, because not the most artistically inclined. I got a little bit, but I put it out there and I said, hey, this is what I'm looking for. And they fired this back, and I loved it. From then on, it was Glorious Genetics.
Yeah, I really like it for sure.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I love it too. We get a lot of comments. People say they like it, and I think that's great. It's awesome. Thank you.
So you just mentioned in the beginning that you like the organic type systems, and you briefly mentioned what nutrients you liked. What have you progressed to? What are you using now?
Yeah. So I still use a lot of Canna. This whole time, Canna Bio. I love it, and I tell people it's a good one. Um, Beyond that, I use a few things here or there, just to supplement. Just like a little bit of nitrogen booster. I've got um, some kind of uh, rhizotonic is another big one. Mm, That's it, really. Like to keep it simple. I think with kind of two, three things can do a lot of work if you dial it in and kind of treat your plants right.
So what kind of do you train your plants any different for do you,
Mm.
so I guess I got this multiple question. Do you run separate plants just for your medical use, or do you just kind of make do with what you get from the seeded bud?
hmm So kind of run it in rounds, as much as I need, and then from there, just do the next round and keep it going in cycles like that. So generally, kind of know how much I need to grow uh, for myself. Um, in that, I also do the males as well and select for them, and then also pollinate. So I've got like a couple different rooms. I bounce things between. Um, just to keep it all kind of going in time and sync. Uh, yeah, and then I do a little bit of training, not a ton, not super crazy. I like to top and clone. So, I'll wheel top and I'll use that top as a clone. I'll bend the leaves, not the leaves, I'll bend the branches and stems here and there a little bit. Sometimes I'll snap them if they're growing real big. Some varieties require that, like more than others, or they'll just grow super tall. Uh, but I try not to do too much training because I like to see how they naturally grow. It's really interesting. Some will lattice in on themselves, just the way they grow. Their lower branches will grow up real quick and kind of nestle in between the upper ones and use them for support. And you can see how they trellis themselves like that. It's really cool to see.
So I'm guessing, I'm curious. Um, is there any different grow techniques from just personal flower or producing seeds? As I was sitting here listening to you talk, I was like thinking, man, which would be better to just not manipulate, or would it be better to maybe to run a scrog for seeds. You know, I mean, so you could utilize more tops and make more seeds, or is that too much work? You just would it? Is it just easier to let them grow up naturally or multi-topped and then hit them?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What's the best way to get to maximize your seeds? Do you have any
Sure.
tips there?
Yeah. Well, I do trellis right when they hit flower. So when they go into the flower room, I get a little trellis for them, which helps kind of spread them apart, gives them some support. Uh, but yeah, I mean, honestly, I haven't had to maximize for seed because small yield, small batch, not producing thousands of seeds. Like this little latest test run, each pheno gave about 150 seeds. Um, and with that being said, that was only like 2 to 3 branches on each of them, and they have way more than that to begin with. Um, and I just kind of selectively pollinated those. So could go a lot more. It's just don't really want everything seeded. And I don't mind a little seed here and there in my butt. It's personal, and if I get a seed, that's fine because I know what I'm doing. I know I'm seeding it. Whereas if other people are getting it from somewhere and it's got seeds, it's not acceptable. I totally get that. But yeah, I mean, I haven't really had to spread it out a ton to maximize. So I still got a lot of other colas that are unpollinated, and those are what I harvest for the flower. And some strains, some cultivars, varieties, they do a lot more than others in terms of seed. Uh, some like to just bud up and they go straight into seed production. Others won't do that. So it kind of, I guess, depends on the type too.
When you say selectively pollinate, are you letting the male go in there and do his thing, or are you doing a dusting or a brushing on
Hmm.
his colas?
Yeah. Yep. So I'll do a little dance, kind of shuffle the plants around with the schedule, but basically move the males into the flower room before they release the pollen, move them to another location to collect it, and then do select pollination, like you said, with a paintbrush, brushing it on here and there. Um, and I don't cover them with a paper bag or anything like that because I'm not too concerned about cross pollination because I'm only using one type of pollen at a time now. And I'm not worried about getting a little pollen here and there because I'm collecting all the seeds anyways. Um, but for the most part, just using a paintbrush, as long as you turn off the fans and dab a little here and there, can be pretty good with the right care. Leave the fans off for a while and should be good to go.
Well, obviously, is working for you.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I'm not a breeder myself, but I can see it. There's a try to carry the same amount of either biomass really versus seed. You can't. You know what I mean? You can carry kind of a lot of money in seed in one hand if you're looking at it that in that way,
That's
or
true.
much in value like that, or just in what they can produce as well. You know what I mean? The power of those seeds in your hand versus that just the end product is the end product of flower. The seeds themselves have uh, multi benefits to benefit. Yeah, I mean,
Hell
it,
yeah.
it
I
makes
love that.
sales, and then later on, it's producing and producing and producing. Yeah,
Mhm.
I could see that taking the seed route myself.
There's so many aspects to it, from cultivation, distribution, uh, you know, uh, distillation, promotion, marketing. What it is, it's a whole industry now. Um, Seeds is one little aspect of it, but I love the concept of a seed. Just the the general idea of a seed. A seed, it transforms itself, it grows, right? And it can keep growing. Like that seed can grow forever, uh, you know, in the right situation. And I love that. Make a clone from it. That clone passes to someone else. They pass it to someone else, and they make seeds from it. It's like it's that ripple effect. Yeah.
It's definitely a great way that you can leave your mark on the community. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's
Potential to
excellent.
be a legend if you cross the right things right. That's for sure. It happens. It happens.
That's right. Yeah, those legendary strains that are spoken of in whispers, throughout the community. Yeah.
It's an achievable dream. I mean, especially Michigan's had some good breeders over the years. That's for sure. And just as of recent, the late Josie Wales and Med Grower One's killing it right now. Uh, DJ Short was a Michigan native.
Hmm.
Uh, got Husky Gardens, Trichome Farmer right now. We got a bunch of people good throwing down some good stuff here in Michigan. I think we know how to select some good phenos to work with or something. We definitely know what's up.
That's right. Michigan's a great community. It's excellent. I've personally seen nothing but love. That's why I try to give back to everybody. Support as much as I can. Wherever I can, and I get that back from people, and I see other people do it for each other. So, you know, I say big ups to Michigan, big ups to, majority of the cannabis community. It, for the most part, is an awesome, super positive place.
Sure is. Sure is. So, walk us through like a regular flower process, if you would. Well, I guess you could go both ways if you would, if you want. Like rather, do you find like defoliating helps during like seeds, like as much as do you do it during flower? I mean,
Mhm.
go both ways there.
Yeah. So I try to do generally minimal. So I will defoliate the bottom skirt, kind of the lowers, all the little larf stuff, the small things that aren't gonna really turn into much. Um, any super huge fan leaves that are maybe in the way, usually there's not too many. Um, but don't really defoliate in the proper sense. Because, well, the way I believe it is, with mobile nutrients and just how the plant fades in flower, I think it kind of takes some of that energy out of its leaves, uh, kind of absorbing it to use as an energy store for bud promotion or seed formation, whatever it's doing, its final kind of stages. So I don't do a ton of pruning or any of that sort of thing, defoliation. I think it kind of does it itself naturally. Um, a lot of times it will slowly drop its leaves or they'll start to kind of fall. Um, yeah, I know it's time for harvest. That along with amber trichromes. Um, yeah. But I do flush it really heavy at the end, so that might be part of it. Just a lot of straight water.
The cane has a pretty clean nutrients anyway. From
Hmm.
what I've
Yeah, I mean, from what I can tell, the bio line, eh, the whole time it's never failed me. So I really like it, and I've tried a few other things here and there. I haven't gone wild experimenting with all sorts of stuff. So there might be some other things out there to try, and I definitely do add to it. Like I said, a little bit here and there. But for the most part, the Cannabio line, and it's just regular soil. That's a big part of it, I think. Uh, Fox Farms, Ocean Forest, I mix that with cocoa. That's kind of the soil part. It goes a long way. And then regular water.
Oh, do you have a certain drying technique you're partial to? Do you like to hang, wet trim, and hang? Do you just like to naturally hang them upside down,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a
or
good
put
one.
them off into uh, like a rack type system, like hanging racks? I've never been too fond of the hanging racks myself.
Oh yeah, it's a big debate on that one, and there's a lot of different ways to do it: wet trim, dry trim. Um, do a rough wet trim, chop off all the big fan leaves that I didn't defoliate, so I do have to remove those, or not have to. I choose to before the hang, and I do hang them. So just kind of hang them all upside down. Um, Put them together maybe 2, 3 days at most. Depends on the humidity. Sometimes it's humid. Um, Pull them off from there. They get chopped up over a screen, which collects, any of the kind of the trichromes that fall off. Um, it should be pretty brittle at that point. So I kind of chop them up. If I'm going for seeds specifically, um, I let them flower longer, so they have a longer flower. They're like definitely longer. Can't say exactly how much, because usually I'm doing seed versus just straight flower. And then also I dry them a little bit longer as well, just to make sure it's really crisp, so that when I kind of squish the bud, uh, break it down, the seeds pop out easily.
That just makes good sense right there.
Yeah, yeah. I don't let it get super crispy. I'm not letting it dry out till it's bone dry, but it's definitely it's definitely dry. There's crispiness to it. Um, yeah, you got to get the seeds out. And I usually break it down over the
Are you
screen, so it catch all the trichromes underneath. Because to get the seeds, the weed has to be broken down completely, at least for the fully seeded parts.
um, sorry, I got caught reading chat there a little bit.
Oh, it's all good. Yeah. Yeah. What are people saying? I gotta pack a bowl here.
They just actually talking to one another pretty much. And Majestic Marks just had called my attention. He said, "Gotta let one of those girls out build you a spreadsheet to collect seed collection so that you can start growing your own." I ain't got time for seeds. Let
Yeah.
people let glorious seeds produce genetics. I'll grow them all. Grow 'em all.
Yeah, it can be a fun thing to do. It's a lot of work and effort for a lot of people. They don't like to do it because the male. I'll tell you though, males will put out pollen. If you miss it, like they dust it everywhere, goes to the wind. That pollen's in your garden everywhere. If you're not careful. I never had issues with Hermes, like other than that one autoflower, and when it happened, it's pollen everywhere. I couldn't believe it. That's why a lot of people don't even bother, because their whole crop would be seeded, and they can't have that, which is definitely understandable.
Well, me myself, I have patients, so I can't necessarily risk their medicine for
Oh yeah,
so I don't.
that makes sense.
Although I do see the value in it. I do see the value in it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I try and support a lot of people, buy a lot of the seeds, uh, buy a lot of seeds, and got some great stuff from others. So there's great stuff out there, um, but it's expensive. So it can be worthwhile. Do your own clones, do your own seeds.
What is your seed selection like? You hand just going through them all? Do you have you built up one of your own separators
Mm.
like I've seen online many times, or you just grinding them out and doing the old school tray, sifting through and then hand picking out the winners?
Yeah, sifting and hand picking.
It's a
Yeah,
lot of work.
it is a lot of
It's a
work.
lot of
Yeah,
work.
it takes a lot of time. Yeah, sifting and hand picking. There's no duds though in the seeds
Not to
because
mention just that part, but separating out like A's and B's and just garbage, and then counting them out. Man. You can like burn yourself out just counting out fives and tens. Just it can
oh
be
yeah,
tough on the eyes there after a bit for
oh
sure.
yeah, yep. You know, you count so many, you start to lose track of them. You're like, wait, what number was I at?
Oh, looking in the little vial, shaking it. I think there's. I'll put an extra one in.
Right, exactly. You're like, how many you squinting at? How many? Ah, just check another one. It's all good. You know, no,
Rather
it's
be
fun.
heavy than one short. That's for sure.
Exactly. You can never have too many seats. Put an extra in there. That's why I was trying
I've
chuck some
always been
freebies.
cheesed. Every time I've opened a pack and expected, a 10, and when the divvy amount, wow, that's 11 in there. Cool. Got another
Yeah.
one. I got one to put up.
Yes.
Works for me.
Those extras are
I
the
always try
best.
to catalog at least like one or two, just in case. You never know.
Oh
You
yeah.
might try
It's
to want to bring one back.
I call it the emergency seed bank, open the vault in case of emergency. If something dies or you want to restart something or there's just a trait you love or flavor or whatever it may be, you got that emergency seed there.
I call mine my bug out box. That's my bug out box right there. If something ever happens, all I need is that box right there. I'll be good.
Yeah, there you go.
most people, most people would have their MREs and whatnot. I'll probably have a bag of some ready-made meals and that case of seeds. I'll be all good.
you know, I got a question. I haven't asked anybody yet because I was going to make a post for it, but here it is. I'll ask you if you had to save like one pack of seeds for your collection, what would you save? A fire or something. Heaven forbid, I don't like to say that, but one pack of seeds. What's it gonna be? I have no idea what's even in my bank at this point. So I don't know,
Man, that's a toughie.
right?
That's really a toughie. Because I prefer like something like something day for the morning and something like night for most people.
Hmm.
So it's always a tough call. I think that's why I popped so many seeds because I haven't found that one yet. Anyway, I
You
found
know,
some that come pretty close, but nothing that I think I'd want to spend the rest of my life
yeah.
with.
What are some of your favorites? What kind of things do you like? Trait wise or different types.
Right now, we're currently amongst five, six of us are chasing pine turps. His current favorite. I'm trying to get back to that. Everybody had that one. Well, I guess I'm overstating here because you said you didn't start smoking until much later in life. But for a lot of us older smokers here, or older potheads, we're probably the same age, but I just say, if I've been a little bit more experienced, I guess, in high school there was always that it seemed like it just came around once or twice. That super piney, knock you on your ass, and but I like it overall anyway. It probably reminds me a lot of that, but nowadays it's also very uh clarifying and mentally, and it's good on my lungs.
Mm.
Yeah, for just in fact that would might just be it right there. Glorious genetics. I never did get your real name or your if you want to just go by Glorious, but I think that might be it just because of that. Because you get that it can be very clarifying, so you can get up and smoke one, and get some stuff done during the day and still feel pretty good because it's pine terps usually come with a nice body high and anti-inflammatory effects. Pine ones do as well, and then it can be a very good social smoke. That's what what I remember most about it. In the beginning, like that high school rounds when it came through was you could smoke a couple and just have that like serious belly laughs, tight in the face from smiling so much. Uh, that's what I'd really like to ultimately find, something like that. If I could find something where I could smoke one, get some stuff done, smoke two, and just be outrageously happy, yeah, I think I'd be all right with that. So that would may answer the latter question. Overall, though, the fuel, I like the lemon turds, some fruity stuff, a little bit of
Nice.
everything. But I'd say overall, fuel, fruits, for sure.
Nice. Yeah, those pine terps are great. I personally don't have a ton in the garden. I can't name one piney one I have, but really love smoking them. Always good high, and I love pine terps personally. Enjoy them very much. So that's a good one.
We were seshing the other night. There's been a lot of good, and like they always, like a good sesh always does. Some great ideas that's come out of a good sesh. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Uh, the other night it was we were talking that we should have cups geared to like hunting phenols. Uh, how do you feel like that? For somebody like yourself that's a breeder, I think it would sure uh, speed up the process of pushing forward some great genetics.
Yeah,
So when I
I
say,
like that.
I guess I misspoke. I said pheno, but it would be more of a Turk cup. You know what I'm saying?
All
And
right.
it would only be a single Turk cup. That way, that you could put more effort into finding the best berry, the best
Ooh.
pine, the best lemon, you know what I mean? So you get, instead of, if you had a multi-turf contest, then you'd have to space it out and it'd be tougher on the judges, and it would really limit everything because there'd be such variety. But if you had like one a month, you know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Or that'd be kind of greedy. But if you focused on it, you know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Oh, this is going to be a pine hunt. Here, now you could have, 100, 200 people, maybe more,
Yeah.
you know, pulling out multi strains to call out that one super pine and then move forth. You know what I mean? Lemon cup, maybe even one a year, just because it takes some time to really nail it down.
I
Next year would
like
be
that.
lemons, and then that would it'd be easier for breeders like yourself to then on forward to go. All right, these are the best of the best. Now let's see what we can make. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And it would
What are
push
your thoughts
forward.
on that?
I love that, dude. I think that's a great idea. Like that would push forward certain turf profiles and help us kind of, I think, figure them out a little bit better. So like if everybody's kind of putting their effort towards a like a pine cup or the lemon cup, whatever it may be, we'll see a bunch of different varieties of that profile, and kind of see not the full expression, but a big expression of it. And, that'll be really interesting. I think it's a great idea. And
Yep,
one quick thing.
selfishly just wanting to go to a cup that's just like pine based.
Yeah.
That'd be a great day, wouldn't it? Though I mean, where all the flour was pine, all the extracts were some kind of pine based terps.
Heck
All
yeah.
the extracts, hash, all that. Oh,
Heck
that'd be a good day. That'd be an amazing day if you ask me.
yeah. That'd be awesome. And you could go for your favorites too. If like you love those pine turfs or the lemon ones, like, you just attend that cup. That'd be wondrous. I saw a quick question someone asked about genetic testing or sex testing, THC. If I try that out, I did try that out once. No, more than once. I tried a potency terp and sex testing, all three. Oh, and early chemo type testing. I'd say it was great. It was worth it. Um, you know, so check out your guys' local place if you want to get into that. Delta Leaf Labs is something I saw online. They had $10 ones, or Farmer Freeman as well. It's another sex test thing. I haven't tried those though, but I hear good things. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't do a lot of sex testing myself. I'm pretty good at early identification,
Yeah.
just because I've been running so many seeds over my career
Yeah.
as a
It
grower.
it takes an eye though. You got to know what you're looking for, and not everybody does right up front. And another trick I've been telling people, a good one is the first time you take the top off your plant, put it in a cup of water, put it in 12-12, or just straight dark, I guess, as other people said. Um, that'll sex it early.
Let me it's kind of double drawn on now because I did a little on-air demonstration the other day. But let me see if you agree with this early testing
Okay.
or early sexing, I should say. Diagram here. It's kind of rough. So I just drew it like in 2 seconds on air. With the proper way you should plant a seed. You know there's a proper way? Let me ask you that first. You know there's a proper way to plant a seed?
Taproot down. Is that what we're talking about?
No, if we're just planting a seed, a regular seed, it's directional. It's supposed to be directional. It don't have to be, but there is a theory behind it.
You kind of like poke like a knuckles worth down in the dirt, and then you kind of put your seed in there and then cover it up. That's the best I know. I normally use paper towel method, and then root cubes, and then my mix.
All right. That's very, that's nothing wrong with that method. I don't never knock anybody's method. As long as you're growing and it works for you, it's good for me. You know what I'm saying? So, but this is a method I heard a long time ago, and a lot of people kind of agree with this. First of all, for the seed planting, it should be, or said to be, I don't want to be that guy. It should be kind of talked about. It should be kind of pointing up. If you can see me like this, and the point being, if you can put it where it's pointing up, that shell when it cracks will crack like this. And when it cracks like that, uh, the dirt will kind of shuck it. It'll shuck itself because the seedling will kind of want to come out and grow around and then pull its head out and shuck the seed, coating itself. So is the thought behind that because the taproot will always go out and assume down, and then it'll like pop its head out and then thus shuck the seed shell.
That makes
Is
total sense.
always what I've been always been told on that. Now, the early germination here is this. If you can kind of see this. This right here is, in my experience, always a male. This is obviously a female, a nice, like tulip shape with that nice hair coming out of it. And this has always been early on. As soon as you can see that, like spade, almost like a seed shape spade, that's raised up on a little stem there, always a male. I mean, as soon as
Yeah.
you can see if it's raised up some in the spade shape and not like a nice tulip shape or tear shape, always male. That's always, as soon as I see that, I'm done. I don't even second guess it anymore. Gone. And you can usually, see that around 45, 60, which isn't too far from me.
Yeah, you can tell.
I,
If those balls, they look round, rather than kind of oblong, I guess, for early stage.
But I do appreciate if you guess you got the extra cash. And it's getting cheaper. The testing, send them off and being able to call them guys right quick. But
Yeah. I
I don't
I don't know. It's tough. I mean, so it's not cheap. $10 a piece even, which is I guess supposedly cheap. Um,
you
you
buy a
know,
FEM seed at that point. You know,
right.
ten
Yeah.
bucks. That's the seed itself. You're double paying for your seed.
Yep. And you're like saving time and space and whatever. But then if you're running like 100, 200 seeds and you're testing 100, 200 plants, you start, multiplying. It costs a lot. And I guess just not cost effective for me personally to do, sex testing, especially when I need males.
Yeah, even sooner yet, you could, like you said, top them out early and flower out the tops through that big brush. Should be able to find out within what 5 days.
Yeah,
Throw in
exactly.
flower.
Yep. I heard, under a week basically. Heck yeah. Rockwool for clones. I tried Rockwool on clones. They all rooted, but it just took a little bit longer. And again, that was my first time, so that's probably why. I just use the arrow cloner now
You know,
mostly.
clones in my book are something that, Shimmy grunt there is I prefer to do my own hunting if I'm going to do genetics, so I get exactly what I want. Not to mention, you'll get a good figure right from the
Mm-hmm.
get. You'll find what you want, you'll get good figure, and then from there, clone out. Keep it, clone it out forever. Do I want to take in a clone? Not really. Not
Sure.
really. I don't know the age of it really. I'm not too sure on the figure. I got to waste some time on that run. There's a possibility of pests, disease.
Yeah, pests is
Uh,
a big deal. I wouldn't want to deal with
right.
that. I basically clone just to keep what I need for breeding. Beyond that,
Just
you know,
clone out my winners. Like I said, yeah, I don't even like to take in cuts. I
yep,
kind of just prefer to do my own hunting and cloning out from there. And
exactly.
yeah, the whole cloning thing I think is kind of funny too because we all paid, went so many different rounds on cloning. Buy a cloner, this cloner, that. You want to do root riot cleaves, different techniques like that, clone domes,
All the
and but
gels.
if you look at it, yeah, the nurseries aren't really necessarily utilizing the big cloners. That's too big of a headache. They're just utilizing like the root riot cubes and domes. You know what I mean? They're not wasting that extra power or whatever. Well, for the most part, I've seen it's maybe a little bit of the soak root riot cubes or the rock wool and all that. But I'm not a fan of the rock wool. I don't know why.
Mm,
It's about what the only medium out there that I haven't tried yet is the rock wool.
yeah, it I guess can be dangerous because it's basically spun rock and you can inhale its fibers and stuff. I don't know. I don't use it much. Mostly just stick to the soil mix. But yeah,
Is it kind of the density of the rock wool is what produces that fine web of roots that when it comes out, it's just fishbone and air rooted
yeah,
or air
yeah,
broken almost.
yeah. I think you're right. The density. It's like like cotton candy. It's like cotton candy, but hard. So it grows through all the holes. At least the roots do, I think.
I'm in cocoa now. I've worked my way through, soil, peat mix, straight up cocoa, the cocoa peat mix, both pro mix. HPCC. I used that for a while. Sunshine Mix #4. Now I've been running straight cocoa for a while. Salts currently, cocoa and salts. Uh, it's just me.
Yeah. Yeah. I personally have the best results with the cocoa and yeah, Fox Farms. I like the ocean forest. Just kind of keep it simple. I got a cool thing though. Not everybody knows this. Roots, they actually, for the most part, will uh, grow based on gravity. So the taproot will grow downward towards the earth because of gravity, the pull. Um, so it's kind of an interesting thing.
Yeah, that's an interesting debate all in itself. Is cannabis plants that have had the vigor of the taproot, seeded plant, first rounded seeded plant, versus cloned plants that don't have the vigor of the taproot. What are
I
your thoughts
read
on
that.
that?
Yeah, you bring that up. I read that. Only read it one place. I can't remember exactly where. But I remember scratching my head and thinking, I don't know about that. I'm not so sure. I love seeded plants. I know they grow at taproot, yes. Um, but is that better than a clone? I don't think so necessarily. Uh, Maybe I could be wrong, but at the time it was a head scratcher. Personally, I think clones just as good as a taproot plant. Possibly clones could be genetically messed up. Possibly, I think the chance is pretty small, but it's there. Like you can genetically mess up a clone, and it's not the exact copy of the mother. Um, but for vigor, I think some clones will go grow monsters.
Be a tough one to run because like indoors, you're obviously in the pot, so it'd be tough to see how deep that actual tap root could go before it hit bottom and kind of started to branch out a little bit, stun itself and branch out. I think you could only get really good at results if you test it outdoors. I think maybe unlimited root zone. Be hard
Yeah,
to, it'd be a hard test to do, really.
I think it's all about root maturity. Basically, I'd imagine roots are like the network, the roads of nutrients from the soil to the plant and the leaves, the stem, and all that goodness, the buds. And if it's like a big network, like a big road, it's going to do great. If it's got a really nice, robust root system that's been growing for a while, regardless of uh, clone or taproot, um, I think it could be great. But it is about that maturity in the root system. You can have some weak little clones, that don't do it so well if they're stunted or the roots get, messed up.
I like to also earlier when you said that you like to let the plants grow a little bit naturally, uh, because that's something I like to do when I'm testing. Is that something that you like to do? But you kind of threw it off a little bit too with tapping around. Is that just something that you like to utilize during testing? Is let them grow naturally, or when do you do tapping?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. For testing purposes, I like to let them grow naturally. I like to see their kind of their natural expression. I like to help it along as much as possible. I'll like rotate the pot, make sure it's in a good spot. Um, I won't really cut or trim anything until so I take the first top and I'll wait until it's pretty much maxed out. Like it's going to be hitting the lights, and at that point I'll top it, and I'll keep that for a clone. I keep one clone of each, until I really figure out what's the best. But as part of the selection process, like to let them grow naturally, let them kind of figure out what they're going to do. I will stress them out purposefully. So Uh, we'll slowly grow them. Well, shoot, first in paper towels, paper towel technique. It's basic. A lot of people use it. I like to pick the best growers right from the beginning. So if I'm germinating 50, 100, 200 seeds, however many, doesn't matter. I'm picking the best ones because in the end, I'm going to pick one seed. I will still grow out a good chunk of them, but I make a note of which ones are the
Sorry.
best. That's all good.
It's funny because I hear that a lot. Looking for the most vigor. Them runts are getting Spartan kick. But man, I have most definitely found some gems in some runs.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know if it was just that wishful thinking that came true, but man, there's been more than once I've been like, man, I'm glad I saved that
Yep.
one.
Yep. That's it. You're so right. It's totally true. You got to flower them out to see the full potential. Because if you make those choices off the beginning too quickly, it could be wrong. The runs, the underdogs, they'll surprise you. I think one of my favorites did not expect it to be good. I had tried to, I think, even give it away to a buddy. I said, I don't have room for this. I'm not going to grow it or something. Do you want it? And he said, nah. And I ended up flowering it out. I loved it. One of the best things ever. It just was a late bloomer, a little slower than what I expected, but a really good one.
I don't know. It could just be me. I don't know. I've got a weird thing about runts too, as far as like the animals. Like if you pick out a dog or whatever, it always seems to be that runt,
The
the
runs.
underdog for some reason that I'm. I don't know
You
what.
can't doubt the underdog. They'll sneak up. That's what get you. Yeah, I agree.
So, do you do all your testing in house, or do you have testers?
So it's a mixed bag. A lot of it is in house. We'll give out clones to trusted people, and then we'll give out to seeds to people as well. Uh, that's basically it. So we'll test also the cultivar, the type, the variety itself for a long time. Like this latest round of pollination, haven't even given out, tester seeds, haven't given out any promo seeds. And the mail was started like 9 months ago. And it's just coming now available. So, it takes time. Um, but everything is really tested, like by quite a few different people in different ways. So, yeah, the clones, the seeds, um, mostly seeds, but only a few trusted people will run the clones.
Yeah, oh, I agree. Uh, because I've been a tester for a long time. Okay. And I have like a code of ethics with all that shit.
Mm.
And it was
That's right.
first thing first about you say trusted people. If you've got a tester and you've done testing for that person, you shouldn't be able to ethically pass a clone of that until, in my book, a year, at least a year after that seed's been officially released.
Yeah.
You have to give the breeder some time, and his okay even after that. Really, you know what I mean? You've got to if you start releasing cuts right off the bat, um, who the fuck wants to buy seeds, if you will? You know what I mean? It's
Yep.
harder to sell the seeds. So, and why would you step on the guy's foot that entrusted you with the gear anyway? So, that's another thing.
That's right. Yeah, for
Uh,
sure. I try to always be respectful of people. And that's I don't really make F2s. Well, I do, but I don't provide them like as a public thing. F2 is just somebody's work crossed twice, in my opinion. You know, they could do that themselves, and they could probably do way better than I could if they wanted to, if they're trying to move that along. And same thing with like, you know, if I was like two of their strains, or
Actually don't have a problem necessarily with the F2 recreations, as long as they're not trying to be passed as the originals.
mm,
And
mm.
I'm just using your name because you're here. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
As an example. But if you were going to create something, you know, I just expect you to be, this is Glorious Genetics is blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? F2
right.
or our recreation. Let it be noted that this is your ideal rendition, or this is your
Mm,
ideal reproduction of that strain, not trying to just pass it out there as the original strain itself. And I think that goes on a lot. People just, oh, this is sour diesel, and not saying that they crossed it themselves. And, you know, could be far from the original cut itself or the original creation itself. So I
mm,
don't necessarily have a problem with it being recreated and reproduced as long as it says it on the pack and it reflects it somehow in the name. You know what I'm
mm,
saying? Like,
mm-hmm.
you know, even if it was like, say, Gorilla Glue, let's throw that out there. Let's say if you recreated it somehow, didn't have to, and you put, you know, Glorious Genetics, Gorilla Glue, GG4. Can't say that. I always forget we can't say that. GG4, Glorious GG4. I'd be
Mm.
fine with that, you know, as long as you weren't just saying it's the GG4. Because,
Yo,
you know, that there's a difference. There's a huge difference.
that makes sense. I try to always say where things are from. I personally love the history, so that's big for me. I always try and provide it and be as true as possible about it, um, and research as much as I can. I can't be said for everybody on everything. Someone was mentioning recently, like he said, stuff getting recreated. They're like, "I'm horrified this is happening," and I said, "Well, what are you talking about?" They said, generally speaking, more and more nowadays, plants are getting selfed. So they'll take a legendary cut or whatever it is, whatever the name. They'll self the plant, herm it out, cross with itself, and they'll say those seeds are whatever that strain is, like the original seeds. And that's the rub right there, is they won't say it's like a self one or anything. They'll try to pass it off as the original. And I had never heard of that, but they pointed it out to me and I said, wow. So now I'm kind of aware of that. Something to keep an eye out. Yeah. I,
It's just such an easy way for the genetic pool to get swayed in a bad way or skewed, if you will, bad
yeah.
directions.
Yeah, especially dangerous if you think it's like the original and then it gets passed down as the original and it spreads. Yeah, the misinformation can spread. So,
So, what are your favorite strains you've grown so far? You've named a few, but what's your one?
yeah.
Let's turn that one back on you. What's that pack that you'd like to be stuck with?
Yeah. Personally, I love a good, body high, good couch lock, really indica dominant type traits. Um, one that'll make you sleepy. So anything with like high myrcene levels, I hope I'm saying that right. Generally speaking, like perps, those work well for me. Um, I got one I like a lot is the brainstorm. It's kind of the one I'm working with a lot right now. Yeah, it's a good one for that. Kind of a heavy hitter for me. Um, and Granddaddy Perp, I love that. That's like a classic. Yeah.
All good strains. All good strains.
Hmm.
Now, I don't mean to get too personal, but you did mention, some difficulties with your mobility. Is that something that came on, like, if again, if you don't mind me asking, is that something that came on instantaneous, or is that something you've grown with that you just cannabis? You came to a point where cannabis was able to help you with that?
Hmm. Yeah, so I basically was born with it and kind of had to, learn to grow with it, grow up. Um, and so I've always had it, so I've never known differently. It is what it is. It's not a big deal for me because it's just me. Um, so I didn't like develop over time or like come on later on in life. I kind of found cannabis and realized that it worked, really well to help me out basically. So that was a good thing.
It is a good thing, and I just kind of asked because it could have been an instance where you foolishly, did something stupid that you could have been ashamed of that you didn't want to talk about or whatever. And just kind of threw it out there and left it kind of vague. And I understand and respect you for that, but you didn't have to go into it, and you still don't have to. So just a little curious. But what type of medication were you on until you were able to utilize the cannabis benefits? And was it stuff that just made you foggy, made you, stuff that you were just so relieved to get out of your systems? I'm a huge advocate against pharmaceutical medicines myself, so I don't know. Maybe I'm looking for that yay story, but
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, that's the story. I don't like to like promote it or go about it too much because it's personal, but that is the story. Prescription painkillers, fogginess, yes, tiredness, lethargy, just not even being there, and being able to get rid of that, it's gone. That is a gift in itself. Uh, yeah.
yeah, I agree. I agree, and I'm glad to hear that. That's why I was kind of probing into that because it's just a shame that people have to. Well, it sounds like you were able to utilize it as soon as it was available. If I remember right, you mentioned like 2008, which was right around the first time span, if not like a year and a half into legalization here in Michigan. So it sounds like you were able to start utilizing it as soon as it was available. I'm glad to hear that. But
Yeah, the legally, medically, it's been, you know, a great thing. Once it was, medically available, I made sure to go get my card, um, and I had no issues. It's, we use it for medicine. I've never had any trouble. So I say, if you need it medical, get your card, get legal. I tell people to do that because some people worry about whatever, and I said, no, it's good to get, you know, legally your rights that you are a medical patient. If you need it, go ahead and do it. I used it before that, and I knew being, afraid, I could get in trouble for it. Yeah, so it's good. Uh, I
that's
like.
what I'm looking for here, Glorious, is because this is somewhat, it's all about cannabis in all aspects. But hopefully, somebody that hears this that is kind of struggling with the pharmaceuticals and is afraid to make that jump. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Because it can help. It's such a nasty process, the pharmaceuticals there. That daziness, the lack of quality of life is huge.
hmm hmm
That fogginess, having to not even want to leave. There's so many side effects because it once it's a it brings on its own side effects. More deficiencies makes you deficient in others, so they give you more and more meds and more and more meds. And the more you can get that poison out of your system of something naturally, it makes a huge benefit myself. I think so anyway.
I totally agree. I mean, I think cannabis can be a total replacement for some people, and if not, it can help really move the needle. Get you towards that goal. Slowly. It takes time. It's a road. Life's a journey, and just moving a little bit forward here and there. It's progress. Making the change, and cannabis can help with that. Uh, I don't need it so much in this strength, but I know for some people, doing concentrates is what they need. Dabs or whatever it may be. Uh, Edibles are also really good for a certain body, feeling because you digest it differently, so you process it differently.
You know what? One of the beauty things about this plant, I guess, I get on this crazy soapbox almost like every night. Almost it seems like, but I kind of scraped it a little bit last time I spoke. Was if you can just get somebody to open that Pandora's box, try it and just start utilizing it a little bit. It's amazing how this. I don't even like to call it a drug anymore because we should. It's it's so much more than that. It's not a drug. It's not a medicine. The plant itself, it's it's all about the plant, and it's not even about the plant. I mean, the community. I mean, you can go on and on and on. The subject, just talking about it, enlightens people, cheers people up. But I mean, if you can get somebody to hear your story and how you've been able to make that switch and utilize it as your medicine. In my book, that's just step one, sir, because then they can all maybe make that switch, get some of them pharmaceuticals out of their medicine cabinet, out of their system. But moreover, uh, I'm hoping myself that they plant them seeds, maybe yours, anybody's, and start cultivating the plant itself because I'm sure as you found this story to be true in yourself is yeah, you found the medicinal use of smoking it and through edibles and stuff, but I guarantee you found another medicinal use once you started cultivating the plant. Just getting in there and being able to spend the zen moments with your plant, cultivating it, just relaxing it, maybe even forgetting about your physical pains while you're in there, uh, is one another whole healing aspect of the plant in itself. With that, and that's not even taking it in at that point. You know what I mean? Just taking it in, getting it started, hearing your like somebody like you said, like somebody like yourself telling the story that might encourage somebody else to just start taking the plant, which encouraged them to start growing the plant. It just seems like never ending, and from there it just keeps on going, sir. That first harvest is like always the best. You're so self gratifying, isn't it?
Oh yeah. It's just the amazement, you get it and you're just like, yes, now is the time. All the hard work put in, ready to go. That's great. And you're right.
And so,
Yeah, go ahead.
no, you go ahead. I want to hear you. I had spoke for the last few minutes. I want to hear you. I don't. They've heard me. I want to
All
hear
right.
you.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, you're saying it's a plant and it's a good pastime, honestly. And I think people enjoy growing things. It's fun to grow plants. It's rewarding. It's fulfilling to have a hobby where you can see the results of your labor. And what's wrong with growing a plant? There's so many people that grow anything, a fern or like a little like cactus from Home Depot, whatever it may be, and they're fine to grow it. Nobody cares. So why should they care if we grow cannabis? It's just a plant, and it's so fun to grow.
It is. It really is. And it doesn't just stop at the grow, though. I mean, like we've kind of stated, it's the harvest. It's kind of being
Yeah,
able to just that self empowerment of being able to create your own medicine time after time after time. And then it kind of spreads, like I mentioned a little bit, touched on there a second ago, being able to spread it around, like share with a friend, talk about it. Hey, try this, or even pass some of that work along. That's even the best. That my first harvest, man, I was so proud of that shit. Yeah, did I smoke a lot of it? Yeah. Did I give even more of it away? Shit, yeah.
hell yeah.
I was proud as hell, man. I wanted everybody to know how fucking good that shit was. You know what I mean? Or at least in my book, I thought it was.
Oh yeah,
And that's
that's
a whole
excellent.
nother great feeling in itself is passing that nug. And, probably given some away. When you gave it away, that person's face that isn't quite expecting it, it's always like, really? You're like, yeah, take it. Go on. Let me know what you think. It's always a smile. Always a smile.
That's right. That's the community, you know. You just give that love, you know. Everybody.
Yeah, and as well as you got to make sure that people do hear that story, Glorious Genetics, because that could, like I said, that just is an opening gate, and then you get to even take it a step further. You know what I mean? You can actually pass them some seeds. That's even a whole nother thing. How much you've taken it to a whole nother level. How much of a good feeling is it when you've seen them things sprout in somebody's garden? Isn't that a proud moment for
Oh
yourself
yeah.
that you're like, hell yeah. You know
Oh
what I
yeah.
mean? Or just to see somebody smoking it or hear somebody talking about your strain. What a great feeling. Or
I
to
love it.
know that it's helping them in some kind of way medicinally.
You know, it's a good feeling.
You know?
I've never everybody I give seeds to, I excited when they grow it because you know you can feel their excitement. They know they're starting something good. They say, hey, here it is. You know, I see the seedling, and that's the start of the journey. I've had that same journey sometimes. It's their first grow, and you know they're along for the ride, and it's a great time, and it's rewarding to see the final bit as well when they have a flower and taking pictures of it. It's like, wow, you know, that looks great. Um, it's nice.
What's the farthest spread you've seen the seed? Well, how far has the birdie spread your seed, if you will?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, things are new still. So we're just kind of starting out. First kind of official round of seeds is out. People have their flowers. Um, everybody's real happy. We're working on the next things to come. You know, we've got people that have them kind of different different places throughout the world, different countries. Yeah, it's exciting.
Well, I'm wishing you the best in the seed game. Hopefully, it does you well. It, it can be a tough one. That's another thing that you can we touch on a lot with the breeders. Uh, People don't realize how big of a commitment it is to produce some good seeds.
You know,
You know, hunting down both mom and pop on both sides, picking out your phenols that you want, to producing those seeds, to testing them several times and going through that whole process to make sure you're not putting out garbage out there. People kind of scoff sometimes at you know packs or the work, but man, there is so much work that goes into putting out a quality strain.
yeah. I mean, you know, I say it's easy to make seeds, but it's not easy to make good ones, right? Anybody's plant can herm out, and they've got seeds, and you certainly don't want those. Uh, but our process, it takes a lot of time and takes a lot of effort. We spend months of time researching, different types, growing them out, pheno hunting, male and female, and putting them together, and then finding from there, does that work? And that takes time in itself. So yeah, it's really a huge investment, um, and we put in that effort because it's personal. I know that if I put in the time now, I have something that's solid and I can work from. I can continue it. Um, I can keep using it year after year. I can work the lines. If I do something sketchy, or it's setting myself up for failure. I don't want to work with something that's kind of not going to work well.
This next question is dedicated to American One. Do you know who he is, by the way? Do you know who the Tao is, the American One?
If I saw his Instagram, I might know. I mean, I don't know. No, I'm just gonna say no.
Excellent guy, great grower. He's been on the
Okay.
show multiple times,
Heck yeah,
but
I gotta
and
look
a
into
friend.
it.
I think I'd like to call him a friend. But this question is most definitely inspired by that gentleman there. So, which one of your strains is your favorite? Which one would you call is your flagship or your gem there?
Yeah. So
Which one are you
the
the most proud of?
it's tough. They're all my babies, right? Of course, they're all my babies. But some turn out, better than others, even if you from the beginning like certain combinations or mothers or fathers. The polyjuice potion turned out to be really, really nice. So that's what I'm working with right now. Gonna make a V2 of it. Couple different people have seeds. Seeds are gone. Some people have uh, clones. Some people have found their own, phenos. Uh, so we'll see what's gonna, come in the future. There's quite a few out there. But people are really happy with that one. It's can do some weird things that I did not expect. So fan leaves, uh, they can put out extra leaves out of the petiole. I believe that's how you say it. I don't know. The middle part of the fan leaf. They can put out extra nodes of leaves. Sometimes they even frost up and flower. Um, kind of unique. Um, and I've seen it on multiple phenos that I've given seeds to different people, including like two I have now. So yeah, I'm excited about that one. It's gonna be good.
Interested in the story behind that?
Yeah, polyjuice potion. So it's got some brainstorm genetics in it, and that's really been kind of one of the backbones I've really been enjoying. Started working from now over a year. Got it from Ghost Genetics, um, and just found some interesting stuff, mostly expressed through its crosses. So that the male was a brainstorm, and the polyjuice potion, the female, I believe, is the 24 karat orange smoothie. And they made a great combination. One was kind of short and squat, the other one tall and stretchy, and just came out great.
There's a reason why I dedicated that there question to my friend there, the American One, and he's a great grower, and I don't know if I'm sure he would call himself a breeder, but I don't think that's what he does as far as he's not selling seeds. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
So I don't know if you technically fall under the term if you're not. Uh,
I'm gonna look them up after
I'll
this.
sell them a little bit. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So But he was gracious enough to pass me some genetics long ago, and I happened to have three of his strains in front of me when his number come up to do an episode, and I had
Nice.
him much like yourself, sitting here, and I asked him point blank, so which one of these is your favorite? And he quite quite quickly came back with, "You got kids, right? Which one is your favorite?" Which, by the way, all three were in chat in that are right now, as well as right now. Brittany, Lexus, Courtney, I love you guys. So he's like, yeah, you get what I'm saying. How do you really expect me to call out my favorite? You know what I mean? Go ahead, and he completely turned it right around on me. Come on, no, tell me your favorite, and tried to walk me right off that cliff. And brother, I almost did, and
Oh,
but he
that's
tried.
great.
He really tried. So now every time I ask that question, I dedicate it to him because I know where I'm going with it when I ask it.
Oh,
Because he
nice.
reminded me of it.
Oh, that's great.
He's a fun guy.
Oh my goodness. Thankfully, mine, they can't respond to me. I don't gotta worry.
And you know what's even funnier is that about that little tidbit there is I ducked that question on air, even though it really fired them up, and they were like, "Which one? Which one? Which one?" And I kind of got off the air, and I thought, I dodged that bullet, but I didn't. they were they were right there to carry it on off air, still wanting that answer, which I thought was
Ah,
pretty
yeah.
fun.
That's great. Never live it down. Can't give the answer.
Do you have kids yourself?
No, not currently. No, someday. Someday.
What does Glorious Genetics do in their downtime? What do you do in your downtime for relaxation when you're not in the garden?
Sure.
Unfortunately, probably have to work.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got my hobbies. I have a beautiful girlfriend. I've got my hobbies, play guitar. Um, yeah, just kind of, live life. I play video games, watch Netflix. Um, yeah, just the Nintendo Switch, I guess. Nothing too crazy, Honestly, the garden takes a lot of time. Got to put in the hours there, make sure everything's right. But yeah, besides
What
that,
kind of music you playing on that guitar? First, I guess electric or acoustic.
yeah, I started with acoustic and kind of learning some electric stuff now. So I'm real early on. I'm just learning it, but it's something you can sink some hours into. And yeah, it's a good little hobby.
What what is your preference there? Well, once you get some good numbers, or when get a good play going, what are you gonna try to what are you gonna try to play there? A
Uh,
musical genre? You like some country, or you just like some blues, rock and roll?
yeah, I like kind of the classics of like, you know, country and blues, so like folk type stuff. I'm not so much on the new country, but like I don't know things like Elvis Presley, arguably country. I don't know, things like that. Lightning Hopkins, really like Lightning Hopkins, but generally speaking, I have really broad tastes. So, I like Hendrix, I like Zeppelin, the Animals. Uh, I really like the Beatles. So I'm learning the Beatles. Um, and then there's new bands like Polyphia. They're like super, not super, they're young kids, uh, crazy guitar. I like it a lot. That type of thing.
It's all good stuff there. All good stuff.
Yeah. So I guess I'm gonna try and leaning towards electric. Acoustic's fun. Bang out some chords, some cowboy chords, sing some country tunes. But I wanna be able to shred. I got a long ways to go. I got a long ways.
I just thought of off the wall, I guess. Squirrel, as we like to say. Canada. Canada Queen Genetics goes on here, and every time she got space, she'd go squirrel. So I kind of stole that from her now. Every time that I get a little bit off topic, there, I'm kind of squirrel in it.
Yes.
So,
Um,
is there when you're thinking of your strain names, is there something you base them off? Like some people have Star Wars based names, strains. I read Genetics has a Ninja Turtle based name strains, or do you try to just kind of keenly work in the genetics names into the name? How do you come up with your names for your strain?
yeah, I don't have a theme. I know there's a lot of people that have some themes. I love them. They got great stuff. I think it's awesome. Mostly just try to incorporate a little bit of elements of either the parents or kind of the effects or maybe Turk profile. Just try to embody the essence, the being of the strain, if you will, but still give a little bit of hint what it is, and in some aspects.
I can respect that. I know when I've been asked to name strains, I've always tried to play with the parents, the parent names as much as I can.
Mhm. Yeah, we have a test strain going at a local facility, and they kind of have um, not a contest, but suggestion box. You can put a name for it and see if it gets picked up. And I said, go for it because we talked about it, and I said, let the community name it. So I'll
That's a neat
post.
idea there too.
Yeah, I'll post sometimes. Let
Uh,
people put their input because I like to get a lot of different perspectives because I don't always. I can't always think of something good.
in my book, it's an excellent marketing ploy.
Yeah, the name has a lot. There's whole articles written on how the name changed their business and how they. This is I don't know, hmm, I disagree with it, but how they changed the name of it and it just totally changed things. Nobody bought it because if it was named one thing and they changed the name and everybody bought it. And I thought, well, I'm not just gonna change the name of something that nobody buys. I don't know. That's just me. But marketing's huge.
Yeah, but the theme, like you said, customer picks name. Now, see, you
Yeah.
generate all the chatter about you, about people talking about the chance of getting to name the strain, which generates a lot of chatter all on itself about the mystery strain.
Hmm.
And then once it's created, then you get the publicity of it being named out, so you get everybody's eyes on you.
Yeah.
So when it's being called out, and then you get that person's pride as well, running around telling everybody, "Hey, I named that shit."
That's absolutely right.
you know, everybody on their friends list is gonna hear about that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, it's like a
All over
privilege.
maybe a first free pack of the name strain. You know what I mean? That's
Hmm.
cheap advertisement in my book right there.
And it helps spread it around because you can give them a pack for naming. You get their input, it involves the community. It's a lot of fun for everybody. It's a win-win, I think.
Yeah, that's an important way to approach things too. If that's the way. If you want to succeed, you should always approach things with the mindset that it's always win-win.
Yeah, gotta be open to life and its opportunities. That means involving other people sometimes.
Red Setter Farms, cheers. Glad you popped in. Nice seeing
Heck
you,
yeah.
brother.
This has been a lot of fun. It's getting a little bit late. I'll probably head off in a couple minutes, but I've really enjoyed this.
I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm super glad. I know there's more going to be. There's if you watched a few, there's always something I asked for at the end there. This time, I remembered before chat. Chat's out. This community that's been hanging out in this chat is awesome. Very dedicated. They show up almost every night. Have great things to say about the guests and the show. And when I forget something or missay something, they're quite nice to point me in the right direction or help me remember something,
Uh
which they're super great to do.
huh.
Which this next thing I do sometimes forget, but unfortunately, because of them, it doesn't get forgotten. Uh,
Awesome.
in the beginning of the show, like I think I started it right from the beginning. The soundbite thing, the whole idea of hopefully having enough success in the show to at some point have like that celebration and anniversary edition. And what came to mind was like the old radio skits from way back when, where either the guest or the station had just maybe paid them come on and say something nice about their station.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I'm looking for. If you want an example, I'll give you an example. If you know what I'm talking about, then you could just run with it. But your call, your call.
Yeah, no,
In the beginning, I just kind of would let it just hang out there. You some of the responses were priceless.
yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. And I like the idea. I think that's awesome. Get the sound bites, the sound clips. Super.
So I'm hoping like right around like maybe 100, I'm gonna string, hopefully in order, string them together. You know what I mean, one by one, and just like kind of put together that little clip in a little video to maybe celebrate 100. But so yeah, if you could before you go, just give me that sound bite, and then you know give yourself a shout out where everybody can find you, and anybody else you'd like to give any heads up or shout out to before you go. All the above, I would greatly appreciate.
Excellent. Yeah, I'll try and give it try and give a little bit of zing for your soundbite. Um and and then I'll guess I'll let people know where they can get a hold of me, get some more info.
Right.
Awesome. All right. Well, this is Glorious Genetics, and we're fucking talking shit with Eagle Gardens.
Oh yeah, perfect. You didn't even hesitate on the swears. Some people, I wonder, you sound like a well-spoken gentleman. So I was curious on whether or not I was going to get the fucking, and you threw it in there anyway. So I'm very, very thankful for that. So where can everybody find you? Is it just Instagram? Make sure if there's an email, throw that on there as well. Make
Mhm.
sure get all that contact stuff on there. And anybody else you'd like to thank as well before you go?
For sure, yeah. Um, can find more info out. I mean, there's the Instagram at Glorious Genetics, website www.gloriousgenetics, and then it's got links to my email as well, gloriousgenetics@gmail.com. So yeah, it's all pretty much the same sort of thing, but there's a lot of info out there, and you can always get a hold of me. Like to give shout outs. Well, first, it's been awesome talking with you. Like I said, I had a great time. Really enjoyed this. And then, call out, my family, my girl, everybody for supporting me. all your fans, everybody for listening. It's been an awesome time, and thanks.
Well, can't tell you how much I appreciate your time. It's very valuable. It's the most valuable thing we have, and the older we get, the more valuable and faster it goes. So, you know, you gave me 2.5 hours of your life, and good sir, I can't pay you back for that, never. So I'm forever in your gratitude
Oh
for
no.
sharing your story and your time with me. And hopefully, in some time in the future, if you get some new fire stuff that you're super proud of, or you just want to come out, tell us that you got some stuff you're releasing, or you just want to say hi, feel free. You're a friend now. Feel free to hit me up and tell me, whatever you got going, or you want to pop back on, feel free to reach out and tell me, talk to me now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And as well
absolutely.
as the community, just reach out and hang out, get some extra time late at night. I'm sure everybody here that's in chat would love to chat with you as well.
Absolutely.
You're welcome. You're always welcome here.
Yeah, I gotta say it goes both ways, man. It's been a great time with you, and I definitely gonna come back again. There's always new things coming, and I appreciate it. And what else? Yeah, I hope you have a great week, excellent night. Thanks again.
Yeah, you have a great night and excellent tomorrow. And we'll be looking forward to hearing from you soon.
All right, on. Talk to you later.
Good night. Glorousgenetics. I hope you guys enjoyed that interview as much as I did. It was a good night. Great Monday night. Leading up into another great day tomorrow. I should hope tomorrow we'll be talking with Jack Greenstock and Lady Jack. That'd be super exciting tomorrow as well. But how about Glorousgenetics though tonight? Huh? I thought it was good night. Good night. Great guy. Great story. Sounds like quality breeder putting in some honest efforts on his genetics. Cheers, Kineos Genetics. How are you doing tonight? I'm always quite proud to see you in chat as well. That's another great cannabis couple there as well, supporting in the community and putting out quality products as well in their local area. If you're in that area, check them out or online. Hopefully, they do have the online service as well. Oh, man. Gonna give me a little drink though. So it's 2:01. I thought I had somebody lined up to pop in tonight, but I don't know. I don't know. Very unresponsive. Okay. Oh, yeah. Let's see here. So, what are you guys smoking at? Well, there's a little bit of fumbling around. Thank my guest real quick. Tell him thank you one more time for popping on. I'm curious on what you guys are smoking on. Cheers, Eagle Gardens. It was late, but I'm gonna run it back. I appreciate that. Thank you, American One. I always try to get some great people on here. I don't think there's been a bad one yet. I think 55, 55. I think they've all been damn good, in my opinion. I did get some bad news today, other than another flag show. YouTube is not posting 420. And because I was a fucking idiot, uh, I didn't record it. It's lost to the ether. How shitty is that? They said that they have two rules on long duration videos. They can either be up to 12 hours or 128 gigs. whichever comes first. And as you guys know, we probably broke both rules there. So, because I was a fucking idiot and didn't record it, one great, well, my head, great day was just stuck in our fucking memories forever. And I thank all you guys that were a part of it. And super bummed to inform you that good chance we'll never get to go back and check that shit out again. Never know though. Hopefully I can maybe find something in my Zoom files that's somewhat usable. Some miracle. What do I see here about the 9-pound hammer? And Jesus Dom 9. Jesus Dom 9-pound hammer. That's the fire cut in my book. The FGU leaners are the more purple down, but the fire cuts, in my opinion, from the Jesus OG dominant ones. Oh man, this butter right here smells good. It smells very good. Bear with me, guys. I'm still like trying to play live host on the air as I fumble around here. You guys unfortunately know the routine. As I watch chat zing by. Holy cow. Blueberry. Ooh, that's always good. Velveeta. Times French cookies. Tahoe OG. Some bubble hash. Oh, that sounds pretty good. Pretty cool. It's always a good smoke. Starstruck. I never heard of that one. Always got to beat tomorrow. That's right. Let's go, guys. How's it going, Canna? Always appreciate your support. Oh man. How was your guys' day? I'm gonna roll one up, and I don't know how long I'm gonna hang out tonight. I need to. I'm so close to getting back on point. I'm fucking stoked, so stoked to be caught up and back on schedule. Now I'm back on schedule, or close to being on schedule. Not and used to this schedule on itself. It means life will work out again. Back on its schedule, find its own even keel. Looking forward to the days ahead. Looking very, very, very much forward to the days ahead. Not only in my personal life, but for the show. Even though a little bit of negativity with the reporting of the show being flagged, which I don't think is any coincidence. I'm still very stoked. You know, it's like a little bit of recharge on the batteries, if you will. Well, I wanted to just dig deeper in. Do as much as I can with the show for you guys in the coming days. What else, Smiley? How you doing tonight? Show, you know, it's like a little bit of recharge on the batteries, if you will. Well, Smiley's 20 seconds behind. I can hear you smiling. Yeah, I heard myself talking in the background. Now you're muted.
Have it muted. Sorry about that. I didn't have it paused.
How you doing today, man?
Good, dude. Like starting the week great. Monday is raining all day. It's all right. Sun was shining in the room, so I didn't mind. That's one great thing about this gig, man. Fucking 78 and sunny every damn day.
Right. Yeah. Something to be said about the indoor farmer. That's for fucking sure. That's for sure. I love it myself.
Yeah.
Did you guys get pounded extra heavy downstate? I know up here we're getting a good rain and had flood warnings, but man, it didn't look like nothing like what downstate was getting. Wasn't fucking around down there.
Yeah, dude, it was a weird afternoon. It rained real hard, then it kind of drizzled, and it kind of stopped, and it kind of fucking rained real hard. I don't know. I was driving through it on the way back too. It was like giving my wiper blades a workout, but it's all right. You gotta love that too. When it starts raining and you figure out you got a bad wiper blade, you're like, oh, yeah, of course you have that done.
What's he? Your video is shootout. You might want to turn it off and turn it on again soon.
Oh, he might be hearing when I logged in. It was the double voice and all that shit. Probably sorry about that, Mystic Marks. That was my bad. My bad. Garden looks beautiful too, Mystic Marks. I just seen your post, man. It's looking gorgeous.
Yeah, I thought there for a second he was trying to get you to log off, try to like save the show a little bit. You know what I mean? Log off and log back on.
Oh,
It just seems like so much work for everybody. You know, to just try to. I don't know. I have a plan, Smiling. Got a plan.
man with a plan. That's never a problem, man. That's how shit gets done.
I've been busy behind the scenes, not just in the garden, but taking care of other things as well.
There you go.
I was saying, as I heard myself on there as you popped on, I've had like a recharging of the batteries, man. I don't know what it is. I don't know. Something's definitely got me wanting to dig in a little deeper. And both try to make it a little bit more quality of a program, and B, just to put more effort into it. You know what I mean? Just to make it as much entertaining as possible for everybody in the future.
No, that's the way it goes, man. Like it's a natural progression when we wanna get better at what you do. You know what I mean?
I was super stoked to see that a lot of people got their winnings today.
Winnings. All the seeds are.
Yeah, seeds we gave away there. I seen multiple people gave me a little DM saying they got their package today. I thought that was pretty cool. Man, Mountain Grower already got his. What was he? When was he on? Friday?
Yeah.
I sent him out the next day, and he got him today. Already got him his care package today. Fucker. I was jealous. I'm telling you, it's a one-way thing. I don't know. They rock it out of here, but man, things coming back this way, it's like I don't know. You gotta know somebody or something.
Yeah. You gonna talk about what you got going on, or you gotta get it figured out yet? I don't know if I missed the lead in there or not. I think I was supposed to ask, but no,
Got all the good stuff going on. No, it's just like as far as the quality of the show, I'm looking into just some more editing programs and you know just more production shit. You know, different camera. You know, like Streamlabs, bullshit like that. Just to be able to work multiple angles and maybe follow a little bit of Pedro's advice there, and maybe start throwing a little bit over it on Twitch, just because of I had the fucking it started with all the thumbs down things that I like. I just look over and seen one now, which again, it's I 1-1 there, 1-1. I seen one come, I seen one go. So I don't know. That started initially, and then the now the reporting thing has really got me. It's an incentive, like I said, to not just to do better. If you got somebody digging in and trying to kick you, why not to fucking train harder? You know what I mean? Why not train harder, dig in, and do better? You know what I mean? Don't let the injuries heal and make you stronger. Is my way of thinking.
Now, does that totally shut down the video if they are reported, or just pause?
It can. In this instance, it's done multiple damage in this instance. It's made it now to where the video's not popping up anymore. It's like it was in people's notifications. It's knocked that right down. It's age restricted it. So now that on some videos, it's not saying it yet for this one. But last night I looked over at, I think it was after you signed off, I looked over and noticed that on the screen it said age restricted, noticed age restricted. So it made me check my email, and sure enough, I had an email that 12:40 somebody flagged me. And they had reviewed the video at that point and age restricted. So that means at that point, if you want to watch that video before it comes on, if you can find it, you have to say you're 18. They'll say, "Are you 18 over?" And you have to agree that you're 18 before you can even press play on. So they've made it those videos. I mean, it is noticeable. We've been averaging like say 500, close to 5. We had a good week last couple of weeks, 500 views. Pedro's Grow Room last night, which you would have thought would have fucking just killed. 200 some views.
I had to search for it. I had to search. I couldn't even I went into my subscriptions and it wasn't there. And then I at the top of YouTube on your phone, you can have all your subscription icons. And I clicked on yours, still didn't show up. But I had to go to search, and if I searched Eagle's Garden or Eagle Gardens, it would pop up and show the live video there. But it wouldn't. Actually, I had to go to your page through that search to find it, and then it popped up. But otherwise, it wouldn't.
That's exactly what Gloria said tonight when he tried to find it. He's like, "I can't find it. Where is it?" And I'm like, and then he actually ended up found it. So yeah, they've took, these two fucking flags has taken a beating on the show already, and it isn't. Somebody I talked to today was like, "Well, it happens, and YouTube sometimes does that." Yeah, I don't think it's coincidental. It was 2 in a row. And I don't think it was the title, Miss Nudie, that set them off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I happen to, yeah.
But they still don't stop.
It's just bullshit.
They still don't stop the show, and they still don't stop the live chat. And
No.
don't get
No,
out.
so,
It does. It sucks for all our homies that watch it tomorrow, and get off the live chat tomorrow. But I don't know.
No, it just made it more difficult for everybody to find us every night, and hopefully we can come together a little bit. And I hate fucking asking this or even say this is a subject that I thought I was never even going to touch on the show, but now we kind of gotta ask. I have to ask the community to because of the flags, YouTube is no longer going to be suggesting the show as much or putting it out there as much. So now I got to kind of ask the community to be help push the show a little bit to, you know, make it known. Which is bullshit, you know. I didn't ever I never wanted nothing like that, you know. I hate to be I don't even do that at the end of the show. That fucking please like, subscribe and hit that thumbs up. I don't, you know, I'm not here for that, you know. As much as I know it's beneficial and it helps the fucking algorithms and that bullshit. I have a hard time. I always am very thankful when you guys sign out or I see that shit in chat because I know it needs to be done, but I don't, you know, I'm like, thank God I didn't have to say it. Every time I see it, it's like, thank God I didn't have to say it. Because, you know, I don't know. I appreciate it when it's said, but it's hard to dig out. It's like almost like begging for money. Almost, I feel like, hey man, you got $1, and by the way, can you like and subscribe and thumbs up this video?
Well, I think that's what draws the community, though, is you're not here to make a buck, and you're not here to have a bunch of, you know what I mean? It's not your gig that you're trying to do. It's totally different, and this is what you're trying to do. That's what I was getting at, man. They can't stop it from, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're still going live. We still got a live chat. We got, you know, what, 48, 50 people still watching, you know, and chatting, and it's a community. We're
I
hanging
know.
out.
I'm gonna keep going no
Hanging
matter
out
what. No matter
smoking.
what, how many punches they throw at us, Smiley. I'm gonna keep this shit going. Even if it dwindles down to the original fucking 4 or 5 people that tuned in the first few days, I think I'm gonna fucking go until there's nobody left. For real.
Well, and
So
I get
everybody's
it.
absolutely sick of it. Just fucking whatever. Ain't gonna win.
And I get it. Yeah, it's frustrating because it doesn't happen the way you think or want. But I mean, it still is meeting the goal of hanging out and talking to people. You know what I mean? So
Well,
ultimately, it's really adjusting what you're doing.
and it's petty because you know you shouldn't think about the thumbs up and downs, and that doesn't, even though it does. Again, fuck with the analytics, but all this shit aside, all the fucking social media, in fact, social media, this aside, but social media in general, I have spent my whole fucking cannabis career, even through the sub cool days, trying to wade through the water of fucking bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Maintain that even keel, not to get caught up on this side, not to get caught up on that side and shit. Just you know, there's nothing to be gained in teaming up on something or whatever. You know what I mean? There's so much to be gained to just be positive and spread positivity and promote. You know, try to help each other out. It's just when it goes bad and it's not hurt, you know, and you don't see that, you start taking some unseen shots for just trying to be as neutral as you can. Have you seen? I mean, you've been here almost since the beginning, Smiley. Have you ever seen me really? I kind of vaguely maybe throwing a shot or two at some point, but never called out any names or nothing like that. But have you ever seen me go just straight out about somebody negative way on here?
No,
Use this platform.
honestly, from a third party, I mean, the as somebody that kind of hears both sides of certain discussions too, I would actually say that you've been very honorable in whatever, you know what I mean, just not saying anything negative and not really going anywhere
I
with
don't
it.
want you to either, brother.
To me, that really shows
But
a lot. You know what I mean?
I'm not going down that road either. I'm not gonna fucking mention any names, and I'm trying to again be very, 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 very vague. But it just it sucks. I put a lot of fucking love and hard work into this. Fucking this is even for you, my friend, even for you. This has been a part-time job almost. You know what I mean? Fuck, 4 hours a day for anybody, much less 5 or 6 or whatever. That's a part-time fucking job.
I'd say that
You know,
too.
this might, Yeah, right. Y'all are, God damn it, is fucking ain't right, man. I never really thought about it like that. But hopefully it's a labor of love. Hopefully it's a passion project for you as well,
Yeah.
Smiley.
I'm not here for no money or no nothing. I love hanging out. I listen anyway, and shit. I'm smoking my joint, about to head to bed anyway. So if anything, I hang out a little longer than I would have. So I like it. It's fun. I love everybody in chat. It's cool. I see all these people in different podcasts or videos or live shows too, and cool to see people you know now and be like Mystic Marks. I saw him today on GW's live. You know, like it's cool.
That's the great thing about all the people that hang out here is you don't see them in any one chat. They're everywhere. They're sucking up that fucking. They're in my opinion, everybody that's hanging out in this chat are the fucking true read nerds. In my opinion, these people here are fucking nerds because they are out there trying to, just like we've talked about right from the beginning. They're not subscribing to any one method and system. They're doing like we talked about right from the beginning. They're multi-sourcing all their knowledge. You know what I'm saying? They're getting it from everywhere, and they're like we talked about. They're lining up those lines and finding them truths for themselves. They're not, you know, they're multi-sourcing that knowledge, and they're supporting everybody in the process. That's what's cool about these fucking people is they're not in all the other chats talking shit or putting anybody else's show down. Every time I see these people in these chats and in other chats, when I pop into other shows to try to support other people's networks and things myself, is the same thing. Hi, hi, hi. You know, they're saying hello to one another, and not only that, they're saying to hello to other people that are just coming into them shows, trying to make new friends. And I think that's pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah, I can't wait for the next events, man. Like I don't know. In the past, it kind of started to get shitty. Where I mean, for the most part, they're all the damn same, right? There's a little mix up in vendors, whatever. It's usually pretty similar platform, but that's a lot of the events like at Clio and whatever. But so we'd breeze in and out, and you'd usually have some people you wanted to see in the booths or whatever. But now, in the next one, it's going to be like, man, there's going to be a bunch of people we get to hang out with. That'd be a lot of fun. See people you know, and like it's not just going, you know, to High Times Cup because of the cup. It's going to be more going because you want to meet all your friends from chat. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I can definitely foresee the next Michigan event being an overall just fucking party.
It's gonna be lit, dude. There's 50 people that are like, you know what I mean? Like it could be or whatever, you know. It's so cool.
Oh yeah, 50 people plus a friend. That's a huge party in my book. That's a good meetup right there.
Right?
Hell of a day. Hell of it.
Yeah, I've never been to that OMS staff house. I've always been gone to Vehicle City, but I actually didn't even know the OMS existed until recently. But I gotta go check that out when the all kicks back.
I hope that a lot of the stuff hadn't put too big of a hurt on that shit because there was a bunch of them starting to pop up. There's going to be one in Grand Blanc that was going to pop up, a couple in the Flint area that are going to pop up. Places are cool.
It's
Down in
stupid.
Victoria area, there's a few.
Yeah, I've been to so on this side of the state, like south is kind of the southwest corner is kind of more cannabis friendly, I guess. And they like in Bangor, they had early on they didn't. There was a bar that wasn't like totally like a smoking lounge or whatever, but there was like one day a week where they would shut it down at like 8 o'clock, and then until 2 o'clock it was all like You know, like you had to buy a wristband to be a smoke, you know, and show your medical card and all that stuff. But it was like an event to hang out and smoke at or whatever. And they still served alcohol too, but I don't know. It was pretty cool.
Still trying to get the hang of this fucking these screens. I'm not even done yet.
And they were genius, dude. They kept their kitchen open for that event, so it was kind of funny because there was a bunch of people there waiting for the last people that weren't smokers to leave. So it was like 8. It was like 10 minutes after the normal start time or whatever. Fucking everybody lights up for about 45 minutes, and then after that, I mean, it was pretty smoky in there. But after about an hour, the waitresses were just hopping from table to table, like bringing food out to everybody and all kinds of funny. It was just funny, man. I was laughing.
Them fucking places gotta make some good money just on food during them events.
Yeah, like Vehicle City sells the food, then and they host the lounge. So all the vendors like got to rent a spot from them. So I don't know. So it's not like you're selling the weed like a bar. You know what I mean? Like a bar wouldn't rent spots for people to sell alcohol from. Or whatever, but
Yeah, I've been there. Actually, I've rented booths like the day of, and you're supposed to be able to go till like 9 o'clock, and the guys like bounce me like an hour before. You guys staying over for another couple for X amount of dollars. No, and you gotta get the fuck out of here. Selling this booth. Which I guess I can understand, but goddamn it, I paid till a certain time.
yep. No, that'll be a lot of fun. Shit, the hash bash was gonna be kick ass this year. There's a bunch of people planning on meeting up there. But it is what it is.
Yeah. Too bad we couldn't just like do like a what do you call it? There's a name for it. Just like a blind event. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Just
you
like
mentioned that with the pine earlier. I think too many pine terpenes can be like detrimental to your health too. Or if you take in too
yeah.
much gas, something like that. I think pine is
No,
one of the terpenes that you got to be
I'm
careful.
talking about something like that, but I'm talking about like a meetup that isn't necessarily structured. Like we just like happy to like blindside some fucking restaurant. We're all meeting at fucking country buffet. And we just fucking show up and make a fucking day of it. Entry fees, the price of lunch and shit. We're just sitting there. Eventually, just going up to the buffet like once in a while. The rest of us are sitting there just openly talking about weed the whole fucking time and shit, burning down the parking lot. They're like, I don't know what the fuck happened, man. They just 100 of them just showed up, started flinging bags of weed around. What are we to do? They was hungry.
Yeah, that's just it. It'd be up to the place to call. I was gonna say we could just pick a park and meet up somewhere central or something like that, but then I don't know, then the state parks, I don't think you're allowed to consume that. So that
I
might
think again, if you're in that kind of number, what do you just do? Especially when it's they don't see it coming. You know what I mean? If you're like passing out flyers or whatever and had it kind of like posted, but you don't need that shit anymore. You know what I mean? That could just be something we talked about one night a week and then just all agreed on and just showed up. Going to be in this park section.
I think bad idea,
Just
man.
start.
Yeah, throw it out.
I like your idea of the park though. That'd be pretty badass. Just a natural, out in the open event under a pavilion. Try to score. So we could even do that. Just like nonchalantly reserve a pavilion or something somewhere.
Yeah, that's kind of
Beach
what I
or
was thinking.
something like that.
Something with a grill and you can cook and whatever.
Wiley's like, definitely a beach. Definitely a beach.
I don't care about that. I was thinking definitely a grill, actually. Definitely gotta have a grill, charcoal grill there or something. Something to throw on it, you know.
Always a good barbecue.
A lot of work though, barbecuing for a lot of people, but I'd be down. It's fun.
Well, I always love barbecue myself. I want to play with this camera a little bit. That's another thing I was playing with today is like trying to fuck with this camera.
Well, fuck it, Eagle. If you got enough land, man, just fucking we'll have a big party out by your place.
I know somebody that does have a lot, though.
Yeah,
I know somebody that. What do you call it? It seems like impossible to like. It's so opposite of like what you're doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Trying to get this bud in the camera there. Okay. Now all I gotta do is just focus.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Dominatrix. Some dominatrix on this type there. Who looks like could use a little bit better trim.
No, that's a gnarly looking bud. Some of those like that, I like them a little leafy, and I think other people do too. Like certain bud styles like that go better a little leafy. If real like some of those bigger ones, maybe get those out of there. But I wouldn't be digging in that bud trying to get all the middle ones. You know what I mean?
Oh, I don't either.
I,
I think it's
I
just
just
a
kind
waste.
of
You take more off.
yeah, and if you dry it right, and it's not going to be too harsh. Not and a lot of the old, I don't know, some of the people I know like smoke, they like that. You know what I mean? That little bit of leaf in there gives it a little bit of hit. You know what I mean? That you feel.
Remember when Mark Emery got out of jail? That was the first rant he went on. Do you remember that shit?
Rant about what?
Well, get some gum. I got some fucking dry mouth. Sorry. Oh, so much better. He got out of jail and he was like, right off the bat, it was like first sentence. I want to address the fucking extract artists out there taking all that bud or trim off that bud, trying to double dip on that shit, making extra money off that product. He said that leaf needs a rough trim needs to stay on there and protect that bud for long-term storage of cannabinoids and whatnot. He said nobody gives a shit if them buds are roughly trimmed. They would more off have protected bud, keep them trichomes on there, let them sugar leaves protect the bud a little bit. Nobody gives a shit about a little bit of shake in the bottom of their bag. They can make edibles or what out of it.
No, there's certain people that give a lot of shit about shaking the bottom of the bag. Dude, I've had it. It's funny. Funny stories of people bringing back 5 grams of shake and off like multiple bags that they got and being like, "This is bullshit," you know. But there's unreasonable people everywhere. But I understand what you're saying. I think they look cute, man, when they got the little like a nice tight nug and it's got the nice little sugar leaf folded around it. I think that's like a sexy looking nug, you know. And it's in itself, it looks cool that way. Like if the leaves
I do
really
too.
good. And I agree
I think
with
it
you.
does
I think
protect
gives
it a
a
little
little
bit.
protection. Yeah, it protects it. It keeps the real trichomes on the nug, and it's gonna hold a lot more of them terpenes inside that too for a lot longer. Anyway, I think.
I figured just way heavy. You know what I mean? We all know the trend, and that's the other thing. He was very quick to point out is he's like, people are gonna bitch that, they're getting that in their bag, but go ahead and fucking weigh that shit up at the end. It's next to nothing. You know what I mean? In comparison, it's really nothing. But why not just like throw an extra couple grams onto it and go, yeah, you know, you're gonna throw out. Where do you want your money's waste? You know what I mean? Do you want it in the packaging and plastic and all that bullshit that's gonna protect that cannabis anyway, or do you want to pay for the nature's packaging? You know, the extra leaf on there to protect it, and then you get to reuse that packaging, if you will. You know, and like I said, you either if you're hard up, you can smoke that shit. If you don't, you could always jar it up and make some edibles or butter out of it later or something. You know, if you were that offended by it, as long as it was considered free and not considered in your price point. So yeah, we know it's roughly trimmed, but we threw in a couple extra grams and it's certain prices or whatever.
Yeah, I always make them way heavy anyway. I don't know. I just would rather if there's ever a question about a half a gram, I'd just be like, I always make them way heavy, more than that. So I never, you know what I mean. So the margin of error is definitely not what you're saying. So I
You
just
know what's funny is like
never have them.
in the instance that if I've ever made seeds, I've always and the patient's got some, you know what I mean, by accident, some they actually accidentally got into their bag, or I always offered to give more than enough bud back, more than enough. And then at the same time, I'm almost realizing or wishing that I'm like, God damn, I hope that the 8 that I offered for these, you know, 5, 6 seeds, they don't realize that the seed value is more than the 8 I'm offering. You know what I mean? You might have found 4 or 5 seeds and I gave you an 8, but in my book, man, them fucking 4 or 5 seeds are, that was a steal for an 8. You know what I'm saying?
That's funny because there are friends, like there's people I know that get excited about that. Like if they find, and to a certain extent, I mean, you're not gonna want a bud full of it, you know what I'm saying? But if they get a quarter and they got 2, 3 seeds in it, they're all like, ooh, you know, popping them excited about it. But I've only done it the one time, and I'm not really as impressed. I don't know. It didn't seem to have the hybrid vigor I was going to expect out of like a purchase seed and stuff like that. And it didn't. The first little clone run I ran, it doesn't seem to really want to throw a lot of weight at all either, from what I can tell. So but we'll see.
Well, since you've kind of went down that rabbit hole a little bit, and it was already discussed a little bit tonight, what's your thoughts on taproot vigor versus like clone root vigor? Do you think there's a difference in overall uh, production of the plant?
Um, I will say yes, but is kind of what I would leave it at. So I think yes, there is, but in a pot, I think it still ends up being a matter where it's reaching its extent and then it's branching out anyway, like the rooting system. It's going to try to maximize its root zone in that pot that you give it. So whether it's a clone or whether it's a taproot in that scenario, I think you're probably similar. But if you go outside and you have that taproot, I think there's a huge difference, you know, and even in the case where you could have a larger pot size, I think you'd see a huge difference possibly too. But I think the biggest difference there is going to be for an outdoor plant, in my opinion. I've just heard too many guys talk about it that grow a lot of outdoor, man. It's like, and I, what dawned on me was consulting last summer with some guys that were doing outdoor, and they're experienced growers. You know what I mean? They'd done it for years, and they were having a hard time even trying to get above like 5 pounds of plant. And, growing monsters. You know what I mean? They were growing monsters. So it was unfortunately it wasn't a job I got, but it was still an interesting thing for me. It kind of was like light bulb in your head, because if you look at the guys out west that are growing the huge 10-pound trees or whatever, those are all from seed. They're not a clone. And that's exactly like talking with those guys, they were running off clones from an indoor garden outdoor, and they weren't happy with their yield. And it was like, well, you need to start from seed, which is probably what they did anyway. I don't know. I haven't heard. I should follow up just to see if they did any better.
That's what I kind of, and I think you're kind of agreeing with what I said earlier. That was my. I just don't think the indoor gardener gets to utilize that as much as the outdoor guy does, because we're limiting ourselves with pot depth. You know, I mean, everything changes when that taproot is limited by depth. So if it can't, you know what I mean, if it's only going to go, if you're only letting it go a foot before it hits and starts to spin around the bottom of the pot, then you've already affected it. And it's not a true testament of what that plant can do because it's already retained itself or, you know, somewhat. As soon as, in my opinion, as soon as that taproot hits bottom and it starts branching out, you know what I mean, it starts, you know, pushing out a little bit, pruning itself, I guess. So,
Especially with air pot too. You know?
I think the only way that you could really test that theory is, like you kind of said, is outdoors where the bottom is endless. You know what I'm saying? There's no restrictions on how far down she can go before things change. And even at that point, man, you better be digging a hole next to it and kind of, you know, that's scientific shit right there. You can't necessarily just dig it up with a backhoe and go, yeah, she reached 6 foot. You know what I mean? Because
that's a good point, though. What these guys were running into, and what I had kind of, I guess, what I was going to consult with them on was trying to break their compaction there, because they had made their own like 1,000-gallon pots to set above the ground, but they did it with like, I don't know, the landscape fabric or whatever, and just kind of stitch that in a half circle. I don't even think it had a bottom. It was just like a mound, and it kind of was a bordered thin mound. And that's what they were using. But I think they had a compaction layer that was really not far down underneath the surface, because it was a pretty hard clay soil underneath there. And that was kind of what I was thinking was going to be their limiting factor, was they're not getting the roots to break down into the soil far enough to draw up what it needs to really get a big tree. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of like soil prep and everything. A lot of that's the guys that grow giant pumpkins. I mean, if you're going to try to grow trees outside like that, I mean, outside of researching guys that grow big cannabis trees outdoors, the giant pumpkin guys are fucking doing some amazing shit with plants. That's fucking crazy. 50 pounds a day and shit like that. You know what I mean? It's fucking crazy what them pumpkins do.
it's funny you mentioned that because it's like my second favorite. I always make sure I've got some pumpkins in the garden. I don't eat pumpkins and I don't like, but I know it's, you want to grow something big, you gotta grow a fucking pumpkin. And I always look for them fucking, the biggest monster fucking seed I can find and shit. I haven't had that fucking big one yet, but I've had some good sized ones. Not that being carried off on a fucking pallet pumpkin yet.
Oh, dude, you gotta have the right genetics, and you gotta have like the right techniques and shit like that. But and man, they put thousands of dollars into a plot of soil where they're gonna grow them giant pumpkins and like soil amendments. It's fucking crazy what the amendments those take. Like kelp meal, they'll lay a fuck ton of kelp meal down. It's insane.
Can't help but wonder if a pumpkin that big is even usable. You know what I mean? Is it even tasty if once you get it that big, or did you just, you know what I mean? Is it past usability at that point? You could use it, but it's barely pumpkin. Or is it the opposite way? You know, you slice into it, and it's like, holy fuck, that pumpkin, Jesus! You know what I'm saying? It's just
like
pungent.
James's giant peach or something.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
That's funny, man. Yeah, I don't know. That's why I really haven't done it. There's not really a use. And like any competition you're gonna enter, how the fuck you gonna load up you know what I mean, a 1,500 pound pumpkin into your truck, and you got to have a plan to like load that shit. And I don't know. I don't know if they grow them on a pallet or what, because if you crack them
Most of the ones I've seen are grown on like a pallet. They're coached up onto something. A, because for moving purposes like that, and B, to eliminate a rot side. Just a massive object sitting on the wet ground, rotting out.
yeah, dude, I want to
Most
say
of the ones I've seen.
the record's like 2,200 pounds. Like, what the fuck?
It's huge.
It's insane.
That's feeding the town.
Right? It's pretty wild, man. That shit blows my mind though. Some of that stuff, like in Alaska too, where they do all the giant vegetables. They kind of have a little bit of a cheater soil there though, and light cycle and all that. But it's pretty kick ass.
So, what do you think it gets done with after an event like that? Do you think there's just like punking everything in that fucking town after that? Pumpkin bread, pumpkin, fucking pumpkin spice. They're just fucking pumpkin spicing it for like a whole fucking year. Or do you think that event like surrounds the pumpkin spice for the state?
I wanted to grow. I want to grow. If I was gonna do it, I was gonna grow up the front yards, and then you could like people would see it grow, and then you could carve it out. I don't know, somehow secretly carve it out so that when kids came trick or treating, you could be like hiding in the fucking pumpkin, jump out, scare the shit out of it. It's funny. It's about the only use I could think of for it though. That or making shit ton of pies.
Right back to the Adam Sandler thing. I just got in my head for some reason. It would be awesome just to see one of the pumpkin farmers. A lot of people don't know, but you get your weed, man. Just open it up, just be a big old fucking pumpkin, just pounds of weed in that bitch. Just weed in there. Probably for fun.
There you go.
Uh, what was the pumpkin one? What was it? Halloween that were all just the pumpkin face movies. Seems like I watched one. I'm never too big into the horror bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, even I'd rather watch comedy.
Me too. I knew there's a reason why I liked you so much.
Trying to read chat inside here.
So did you get your work done today?
Yeah, yep, I did actually. Cracked out a little extra. Even. It was pretty nice, man. Moving pots around, all that, but it went smooth. Yeah,
Starting to get caught up myself a little bit.
you gotta let them bitches dry out, man. They're heavy. They can be heavy as fuck. Like you got good sized pots too. Like if you get some water in them, man, and if they're saturated, they can get heavy real quick. They're freaking crazy.
Dirt's even worse though. Dirt's even, I'd say at least a third heavier.
Yeah, mine are pretty compacted right now too. They shit, what are they? Fifth cycle, I guess, right now. And every time I transplant them, I've been noticing they're getting pretty compacted. Like I don't know, the peat and everything is breaking down. I had rice holes originally too. Those are pretty much gone. And
So what do you do? Is there, other than earthworms, is that the next step to aerate that soil back up? Is just make sure earthworms are aerating it, or at some point do you go back in there and against everything that we've learned in the micro books, kind of fluff it up a little bit, just re-inoculate it with micros and stuff?
yeah, the worms are doing a thing in there for sure. I added sand to try to help. Because so I put like a half cup of sand and kind of scratched it in the top, and I figure the worms are going to kind of work that down too. So I don't know how well that's going to work, but we'll see. I am up potting, so I got to mix once the weather breaks. I'm going to mix more soil, and then I'm going to go to number 15. So at that point, I'll kind of, I don't know if I'm going to break them all apart or if I'm going to just set them in the 15 and fill around them or whatever, but kind of do it that way, figure it out. But sand is kind of more the aeration I'm going to go for. And
Still not quite used to this new setup, but I do like it a lot better. Not the big change subjects too. Just thinking
dual
aloud.
screen.
It's different. Better than it's what I thought it would be, but it's a little different.
So instead of having
Having that,
those on the same one, you can have it one on each.
I've always kind of been juggling multi-screens, but they weren't side by side like that. And so the camera was always in, like, you seen the bigger screen that I had there? The camera was always on that tripod, like in the middle of that screen. So it was always like in the way, blocking something. So I was always kind of like looking around it. The way it's set up now, it's like in the middle of the two, so it's not really blocking anything. And I can look dead in the eye of the camera, kind of look cheater look. Like right now, I can see, I can see chat and you without necessarily looking at one or the other. That's kind of the purpose there. Was not to tell on myself that I was doing other shit. Not to make it so painfully obvious that I was doing other shit.
I was just doing other shit. Sorry.
So what are you smoking on over there tonight?
Also, I just was smoking raspberries, and then before that was white cranberries, which is raspberries half sister. So now I've just realized I don't have any more rolled up. So I'm going to work on that, resolving that problem. So it's going to be the sweet thing is kind of the choice now. This one from Archive.
Oh man.
Kind of purple bud growing, but I don't know if that's going to come in or not. She's super frosty.
Nice and looks nice and dense as well.
Yeah, they come out pretty nice. It's dosey dose mixed with cherry pie. So I think Jack Wingfox, those are like two of his favorites or something. I don't know if this is gonna work. Let's see if it does. No, not gonna work. Egan had it down better. He did it better. That won't work. I try my mini camera. Shine that on there.
It's always tough to get that shot, no matter how hard you try. It's tough to get a good bud shot. I think it's always because you want a good bud shot too. If you weren't trying, it'd be like autofocus.
I do like these things.
It's always the way it works.
The little in the bag hygrometers. I don't think it's very accurate, but it I like it because I can tell if I put it in too wet, say, I'll see a raise in that humidity really fast, or over the next night. You know what I mean? The first night. It's like the first time you go off the drying rack into the container, you drop that in, take a note of what humidity was, you know what I mean? And then if you see it climbing, then you know you're still releasing moisture. So it doesn't
Have you
really.
seen those cure caps? They're pretty much something similar.
No, that's a cool idea. I like some of the ideas, like the curing buckets where they pump air through on a timer and shit.
Well, the cure caps that I'm talking about that I've seen are they're mason jar lids with pretty much that built. What you just showed me built into the cap. So as you looked at it, it was always kind of constantly telling you the moisture in the jar. So it, telling you if it needed to be burped or whatever. It was burp time.
Yeah, I haven't.
Which I thought that'd be pretty neat. Sooner or later, there's going to be a Sergeant Pepper out there that fucking takes that one more step, and it'll be like beeping his phone and shit. Oh shit! I gotta go home. I gotta go. My jaws are beeping. My jaws are beeping. They just hit critical mass. I gotta go. But I guess then at that point, you never know. They might have a self-bending feature. You know what I mean? Just off gas it right quick and shit. Seal itself back up. That could be a future curing right there. Some kind of shit like that. Fully automated jar curing.
They have
About
they
that.
have like chest containers. Like I don't know. I think it would be like probably twice the size of like the Curador was, but they're set up to be like automated to where they'll have automatic vents that it can seal it. It could seal the chamber, so like you could throw pounds in there and it would like you could throw it all in there wet and that thing would monitor and try and cure it and come back after a certain time and it'd be ready to go. But it supposedly would do it quicker because it was automated to whatever. So
Technology. It's gonna outdo us all at some point. Yeah, I guess that's the way right there. It's gonna be my new automate argument against Sergeant Pepper there.
but
Just
there's
helping
people
the AI.
working.
You're just helping the AI, dude. Just helping the AI, man. You're good. Just another job you're taking away from Sergeant Pepper.
What?
That's
What?
what I. The automation,
Uh,
helping the AI there, taking away another job. The grower job.
well, that's a good thing,
I
though.
won't even. Hey, is it?
I don't know.
We're being weeded out at every other phase. I think we want to weed ourselves out of the gardening phase too. I won't even. I will go out of my way to use a self scanner at a fucking Home Depot. That's my trade and shit. And I will go out of my way. I don't give a fuck how long I have to wait in line either. I don't,
For a self.
because the machines. Yeah, I'm at a home improvement store. A fucking home improvement store. Why do I want a fucking machine that doesn't have a home or I can't fix? You know what I mean? If I go to a fucking teller, that person has a home that either they're supporting their store by fixing up themselves or they're supporting a fucking contractor like myself that when they need repairs done. That self checkout machine at a home improvement center ain't got no fucking home, ain't doing shit. Why do I want to use it? Why do I want to support that? I won't do it. I won't do it at Walmart or anything else. In fact, I've been at a Walmart smiling at a late night one here at like say a Holton Lake 24-hour store. You fucking go there, or it used to be 24-hour, I should say. Used to be. uh, you go there after a certain hour or on certain days, and that store is fucking empty. it's fucking a ghost town, and they're making you, no matter how much, you know, you got to use that self checkout. I think I've walked away from my cart. I have full fucking carts going. This is fucking bullshit. You ain't got nobody here that wants to fucking ring this up. I ain't doing it. I won't fucking bag it. I won't fucking do none of that shit. You know, I will if they're willing to give me like a discount, save me 10% for doing it my damn self or something like that. But you can charge me the damn same, do what somebody else would be doing. No, I don't think it's right.
Fuck,
Don't,
like
don't think it's
there's
right.
places like Aldi where you gotta like bring your own bag and rent a cart and shit. They
Well, at
charge.
least all these is trying to tell you that they're gonna save you. You're saving some money for doing it.
Yeah, true.
Making you think you are anyway.
Yeah,
Crazy rabbit hole. I had to get one
redneck
in.
crowd. I've walked out of stores though because I won't wear a mask. So
Oh, we're getting cowboy up here about masks anymore. It seems like. Oh, and that was another thing. Yeah, you fucking see how the our governor was nice enough to like relieve half of the state.
oh, yeah,
Oh, by the way, if you guys wanted to travel, you
I
guys
know.
aren't supposed to, but if you want to, we'll make it a lot easier because we're gonna open up the restaurants and bars up north if you want to go up there and party. But just up there,
You know everybody's gonna head up
just up there.
to. There ain't shit
I
else.
immediately called my tattoo guy and was like, "Does this apply to you?" I did too. As soon as I heard that news flash, I was like, "Is my tattoo guy getting ballsy? Use me." I am so tempted to just go, dude. Just set the fucking machine and give it to me. Just set the needles and give me some fucking ink and let me play.
Let me play. That'd be tough, man. Do your own. Do the bottom of your feet or some shit.
It'd be a fucking lesson learned right there. I don't think you'd get too far on a self tattoo on the bottom of your foot.
No,
Yeah.
I've never had a tattoo, so I probably wouldn't.
Man, I know they're the in my book that's probably the most painful areas, your bottom of your hands and feet. I know in your hands alone there's like 10,000 fucking dedicated brain cell receptors to each one of your palms. You know what I mean? That's a dedicated pain right there. That's a lot of fucking pain receptors to just be hammered on it all at once. Same thing with the bottom of your feet. Ugh. Then to self-inflict yourself like that? Holy shit. No way. In another spot I could do, but not the Ooh, hey. That's one of them spots right there you gotta fucking let somebody else do and you have to take your mind somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? You gotta talk to somebody or look away. Or you don't want to focus on what's being done there. You know what I mean? You wanna, that'd be a tough spot to do yourself. But I still want one. I put myself through some shit, man. I pierced my own nipple one night on a fucking drunken rampage, fucking many years ago. It's a funny little aside out there with a spike. Fit the tequila and a fucking 16 spike right through the nipple.
Fun.
Painful.
Did you regret it the next day or?
Not really. I still got it. I just took it out not so long ago. It's fucking been the hole's been there for 25 years.
Damn.
I had some ripped out. I've had a bunch of piercings. I had one up here that got ripped out in a basketball game. Another one's ripped out. This fucking ear right here is fucking that crazy earrings. Tons of earrings in it, bitch. Never see one in there though. You'll never see one up in there. I went through that crazy thing.
Yeah.
What about you? You got some earrings over there? Did you ever do it?
No, never was pierced and never tattooed. I'm a
No
sissy.
tattoos either?
I'm a sissy, dude. Yeah, I'm a lover. I don't want to be in pain. That doesn't sound fun at all. Like,
You know
like,
what's funny is how I can sit here and be on like, fucking a soapbox about like earrings and shit. Yeah, good for you. No earrings? But yeah. Oh yeah. Permanently fucking mark your body. They can't be just taken out. Yeah, fine. We'll do that. Not the earring that you could just get sick of and take out. Don't do that. Permanently fucking mark yourself.
I don't know.
Terrible
Gauge your
advice
ears,
there.
man. You gotta get it all stitched back if you got the gauges in there. Get them too big or whatever.
I started to gauge my nipple.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun either.
That's why it's bigger gauge than most. I can still stick like an easy 12 gauge in there. I'm sorry, they go down. I can put a 10 in there. I'm thinking of like nail sizes now, you know what I mean? The bigger that size. Because that's what it was pierced with, was a 16. But a 16 nail and gauges is like fucking 8.
You gotta get those hooks that you can hook through one on each and like hang from the ceiling with them.
Fuck of that. I seen that shit at High Times. One of those cups, people hanging by their nipples and back and shit. I'm like,
Fucking crazy shit, dude.
yeah, fuck all that. By the way, that nipple is fucking super sensitive. It took fucking 15 years fucking for like the nerve endings to die off. That thing, you could fucking touch it and just twist it and it'd be like, you know what I mean? And then I don't know what it was, like the last 10 years or whatever. Now you can do grab on it and just. But it wasn't like that in the beginning, man. There was a lot of fucking sleepless nights, fucking just turning in the sheets, having the sheets grab that thing and the fucking roll. Oh, you motherfucker. Yeah, wear some shirts when you're sleeping with a fucking nipple ring, man. That can be some painful wake ups right there.
Yeah, I bet. That's another sounds like another 3 reasons why I don't have one.
Yeah, you're like, dude, you're just not selling it, and I don't drink like that anymore.
Not selling it at all, really. No. That's funny.
Oh God, don't Prince Albert. Oh no. That'd be some painful shit. No, don't lie. Earrings through the nuts there. Actually, I think it's actually through the. No ways. No ways.
Pass
I've
off.
got fucking crazy fuckers that talk about getting that shit fucking tattooed.
Yeah, there's dumbass dudes online that get kicked in the nuts multiple times just to be on some video. Like, yeah, no thanks, man. I don't know. I'm a grandpa. I
I'm
want to
writing on Lexi.
I don't really
Writing
get
on
that no
Lexi.
more, but
Dad, that's my
yeah.
new earring, Dad. That's fucking funny. Funny stuff. I don't wear it anymore. Come on. Sometimes. Crazy things. Prince Albert's is for pussies. Uh, whatever. I don't want one either way. I don't give a shit if it's a tough guy thing. I'd still pass on that shit. Oh man, I've been so fucking and nothing against Kitty or anybody else that sent me anything. I've been patiently checking that mail every day. Just like today, want to drop that pine so bad. You know, Smiley, which makes me think. I seen your brutal force the other day, and you dropping the Northern Lights cross bomb on there. I'm like, he's for real? Fucking! I didn't even know that he was dropping the Northern Lights. As many times as we talked about it, I don't think he's ever mentioned that he was gonna drop Northern Lights #5. Start working it again.
No, I've been
Things
trying.
you
I've mentioned that. I could have swore. I've been trying. There's seeds I have had. I've tried 4 times or 3 times and I've stopped. This will be my 4th. So I didn't want to waste the seeds. So they're old.
like, man, the things you learn watching other people's show.
Oh, that was the EO crossover show, and I was yeah, 'cause I was on here not cracking before there.
Yeah, I couldn't help but notice that. And I've watched it. I actually, fuck it. We're on my show. I could talk about it. I couldn't help but notice the awkward call out there, and I watched it several times. I purposely watched it several times. That there at your sign off, you mentioned you were so gracious, and I thank you for mentioning the show.
Yeah.
And you did an admirable job of trying to cover your tracks there. But I thought it was a little weird that they asked you, especially the tone that they did, that if you had forgotten where you were.
Oh
You
no,
dropped
I said that was because I started out by saying I was on Frugal Force. So it's the show that you're on. And I said that
Yeah. Why wouldn't you say you can catch me on the Frugal Force? I actually say here. I used to say it when I was on the Bro Show. So that's why I was like, huh. That was like one of the dialogue moments. Rewind. Let's judge the dialect on this. I did too.
I don't know, maybe I missed
It was almost.
because I was on that.
It almost looks like it was like, did you forget where you dropping that on here, and did you forget where you were?
No, I
Did
think
you
you're
forget where
thinking
you
that
were?
wrong.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. That's what it looked like. The coldness of it. I was like, really? Rewind? And I did. I watched it about 10 times. I was all like, bloop, 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 bloop. And I couldn't catch the EO comment in it. I was like, where did he even say anything about EO or
That's
Frugal
how I
Force? I
respond.
was even getting this mixed up. I was
That's
like,
how I
how in the fuck
responded.
did he get that mixed up about this? I don't know. But I was cheesing though. Nonetheless, I'm smiling.
Oh man,
That's right, he is on fucking talking shit with Eagle all the time, as much as he wants to be. Fuck yeah.
oh yeah, that's funny.
That was like a double plug too. Triple plug almost.
Yeah,
Because the EO people that watched it probably got a plug on them. Frugal people probably got a plug on them. Hell yeah.
why not?
Appreciate
Yeah,
that shit.
I thought it was because I said the Frugal Force when we were on the Force, so obviously I was on that. But I said that because it
Uh,
was a combined show, so it was, which is a funny
I
thing.
guess it depends on which way it was being broadcasted. Like, say, if they were broadcasting it on their end, and you said you were on the frugal forest, and it was back, right?
Yeah, like they're all
If you
cool.
said it while you were on the frugal forest, then you were right.
Like they're all
Shit
cool
was there
guys.
on the frugal forest.
And
Yeah.
I don't know the point of having like a crossover, I guess, other than having more people that, like you know what I mean? Like you said, you get too many people and it's like, how do you have a discussion with 13 people or whatever? There's, 9. But
It was, I didn't, it is, it gets a little hard to talk, and I don't know. You don't get as deep into the subject as I think you should genuinely get it. It's more like, it's teed off on the subject, but instead of like diving deep into it, it gets stuck on like a point. You know what I mean? One little, it can be offshooted on one little thing of a major topic, so you don't get to dive deep into the topic. You can be skewed by opinion on a certain detail. You know what I mean? You
yeah,
want to dive deep on the subject, and one person goes, "Well, I don't do it this way," and then the next thing you know, everybody's talking about that versus getting deeper, deeper into the subject that you were there to talk about. I don't, I don't. I still watch. I still watch, Mom.
yeah, it's not all about learning. It's a lot of it's just hanging out.
Oh,
Everybody,
for real. I watch as much of that shit as I can, although I have been slacking a little bit lately, listening to Audible. It's hard to work in the YouTube and the Audible. I feel like one or the other.
are you
What
reading
am I
that?
missing?
Are you
I'm
reading
not.
that? I was gonna interrupt you, but I didn't dare. Oh, I'm dying, Chuck. Life is cracking me up. One more goddamn time. That's right.
Oh no. Still going on about the burnt cell. Yeah.
You wore it on your face. It must have been an ego.
I wore what on my face? I remember.
Apparently, I interrupted you, and you gave me the look. There was Lexi that commented, so she must know the look. So apparently, I didn't know the look. Got the look?
Oh. All jokes, she says.
Oh, yeah,
I
yeah.
think I must not have went back that far back.
Probably should jump on me for throwing her under the bus. It's Lexi. Oh, that's funny shit, though. You got a busy
Still
one?
going back. Uh-huh.
You got a busy one?
Tonight, I'm still trying to fucking figure out Chad. I'm so far behind. I'm like, what the fuck? I still haven't found it. God damn it. It's right here in front of me in black and white. Yeah, I need to finish up watering at some point. I got just a little bit of cleaning. Get ready for some cloning. Other than that, everyday chores. Feels good to be getting back in caught up state. I was like drifting behind there for a minute, trying not to let it show. But I'm caught up. I'm got the handle on it now.
What's the It can be a lot, man. It can be overwhelming, especially if you have harvest back to back like that, and you're trying to rotate everything, and switch everything, take clones, and like, it's like that's the start of every cycle almost, like harvest time. You know, 'cause you're switching.
I'm pretty used to the cycle itself, though. It's just now that I've got to like doing this end to mix worked in, it's getting easier. It'll be easier.
Yeah,
Got a system worked out now. Or I think I do. Till the next one hits.
yeah.
Sounds good on paper till the next one hits. Yeah, I don't know what fucking happened to Kana.
It's phone
Damn
call.
it. She said she was coming.
His phone died
Didn't
off.
show. No, the Queen, Miss Queen, King Queen.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, I thought reached out, thought see if she wanted to hang out one of these nights this week, mix it up a little bit.
Oh yeah, she's cool. So is fuck man, all your guests have been cool. Miss Nudie Girl, she was cool too.
Yeah, she was. I was really fucking bummed at that. That was one her episode that was the one that got restricted.
Yeah,
And that's the thing too. I thought could have been the name. It wasn't even worded right. You know what I mean? It wasn't even where it could have been suggested.
yeah, you misspelled the name.
No, that's how she spells it.
No, there was
In my the swearing in my show, at least the one bad word is misspelled on purpose. But her name it's Nudie, and then but it sounds like nudie when you say it. Or she says it anyway. But yeah, that's. But we'll see where it goes. See where it goes. I haven't got no emails yet. Can't introvert says, is there anything I can do to help the show? Appreciate that support. I really do.
it was cool. Those guys are funny.
I'm gonna check my email right now just to see if I don't see anything on the screen, but
Yeah, they were on earlier
so
today.
far
They were on like
so far so good. I'm sorry you're smiling. I don't mean to cut you off.
No, I know it's funny because like they were teasing us about that, but they don't realize there's a delay in that. So like the minute both people start talking because it's dead space, then they cutting the person off. But I forgot even what I was gonna fucking say now. Shit, I don't know. I'm stoned.
No complaints yet.
Squirrel.
I even uploaded a test today real quick. I probably nobody even seen. I didn't even check to see if it will see. It was just when I had this got everything installed, I just kind of wanted to see how it looked. So I went on for like a minute.
Yeah, Mr.
Kind of
Fun.
can't wait to. I'm gonna drag this bitch outside during the summer. Gets a little bit warmer. Fucking take it right outdoors. We'll do campfire fucking. We'll do a couple campfire shows and shit.
Oh yeah, Duke Diamond did that, man. That was fucking kick ass. He was out at a campfire, just chilling, drinking a beer, and smoking down, and talking about how he grew and like his style of grow or whatever. He's a cool ass dude, man.
Oh yeah, I would like to get him on. That'd be awesome.
He drops a lot of good ass knowledge, unique information, not shit that you hear from everybody, you know. So there's a few. If you go back and some of the YouTube stuff of Duke Diamond, there's a few tricks that I've pulled from him.
Yeah, it was. I guess I'm letting a little bit of the secret out of the bag. Because I had to abort fucking an upload tonight because it was laggy. I noticed when I was talking to Glorousgenetics there, it was like, and that happened to somebody else too. Ooh. I want to say it was like Father Mike. It was somebody I had like could have been Chris Mertz. Oh, it was Chris or Ganja Grower.
Yeah.
When he had the sound issues there, and I had him like come back on like 3 or 4 times trying to correct it. What it was it was the internet on my end. I through that whole episode, I see it playing over here, and I see the low bandwidth, and then I shut that down over there. And as soon as I shut that down, his quit. And I did have the heart to go, oh man, all them fuck ups right over here. And I seen that happen in the night with Glorious Genetics. Started in the beginning, and I'm like, oh shit, I gotta abort this fucking upload. I gotta pause this.
It's always something, man.
Yeah, well, I've got a very limited bandwidth. Very limited. It's like 3 megs. In fact, it's supposed to be 3 megs. And when they came out here and measured it not so long ago, they're like, oh, you got a little bit more than
that. Thanks.
It should be a lot more than that. Yeah. Thanks for trying to make me feel a little better.
It was probably like 3.1 too. Like, well, yeah, it's a lot more.
Yeah, you got blazing fast internet over here, Chief.
It's funny salesmanship. Oh man.
So I almost branded the channel today, but I don't know what that exactly means. I don't know if that puts me in a better boat to be like protected. You know what I mean?
You should
like say more about.
You should ask some of the guys about it. Ask Doggo when you invite him onto the show. Ask Doggo. He'll help.
Again, I'm not looking for the branded to like sell shit. That's the last fucking thing. You love fucking see. You want a shirt or anything that says anything to do with this or the show? I'm gonna have to make that fucker because at this point I have no fucking interest in that kind of shit. But I'm wondering if it offers me like some kind of protections or benefits. You know what I'm saying? If it will like keep me from being, or I can download more bigger files or shit like that. Is why I was interested in. But it looked like it came to like a point where it was like, click this button and there is no return. That froze, man. I was like, I've worked so hard on this one. I don't know if I can take it back. I don't want to fuck it all up. Fuck. Go back. That's what I did too. I was like, fuck that braided. I don't know.
So is that gone forever now, or do you still have a copy?
It's gone. It's gone.
So
fucking blow.
About to do it again. Damn it.
Did you hear the restrictions there? Boom kind of hit it last night when we talked about it. He was like, man, we need to break it up into 4 or 6 hour increments. Stop, post it, then start again. And and I got on, and they didn't even send me a fucking email or anything. Nothing. I'm all scrolling through my edited videos last night after I seen that bullshit. I started looking through the account a little bit. And there it was, you know, a little red writing and shit that it process has been aborted, video too long. Click here to see what you can do to extend your video length time. And then it said limits were 12 hours or 128 gigs, whichever came first.
Well, thanks for
So
telling
we
me.
could have made it if we did. Yeah. If we'd at least broke it up midway, if we would have had one mistake, you know what I mean? All it would have took was like fucking one mistake, basically. Through the show, things froze up or something, and it went down, and we had to come back. It would have been saved. You know what I
You would
mean?
have been bummed about it then.
Because you're right. We'd have been saving it, not knowing it. It would have been more beneficial than we ever knew, and it would have fucking. You're right. We probably still would have been like, I would have probably been like, fucking thing fucked up midway.
Right? But that would have been the saving grace in the end. Yeah, man, that's
Probably would have never even knew it.
that's a perfect example of like the way shit works out when you know what I mean? Like you don't try to control everything, it just works out. Like shit works out the opposite of what you think sometimes. I don't know.
Lesson learned for next year.
Yeah.
We'll do it again next year.
Definitely.
I get to still leave it up in my playlist, so I guess still there, still counts. The views and everything still count. Although you know what's weird is I noticed the other day, yesterday, when again looking through shit, that thing had like a 90,000 watch minutes, 90,000 something watch minutes, and when I looked at it yesterday, it had reduced down to like 70 for some reason.
Huh.
How does it lose 20,000 minutes?
Yeah. I was trying to reach that.
Probably got killed chat. I don't like the, you know, at first I liked the little thing Boom taught me the other night about the participants. Then you see that right now I clicked over and I'm like, you know, you can see 32, but then you click over to participants and it's 6 people chat. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Is Cannon Trooper gonna jump in? I saw him back in chat. That might be jumping out. I'm gonna crash here soon.
I'm actually, that's what I said in the beginning. That's why I didn't let him in actually. He was jumping out and like extended because I was kind of planning on making an early show myself just to get shit going. It's the closest thing to I get to the day off.
I think it's funny that your expectation is that if it's under 5 hours, it's an early show. Like that's the mark now, like a 5 hour show.
I don't even know how it got set like that, but it sure did seem to like that's the common mark anymore. Fuck, we're not even right now. We're not far from it, and it's still called an early show. Sorry guys, stop making it till another half hour.
At least you.
Last night, go ahead.
Oh, at least you gave up on the 2 a day idea too. That didn't stick.
No, that was a special episode because Joel wasn't coming on any later. And I'm here to tell you there might be another 2 a day. As you say that, there's good chance there's another two a day coming. At least one.
Yeah,
There's that guest that I alluded to a little bit yesterday without saying, kind of still in talks with. It's kind of funny. He says, how can I play in your schedule? How do you expect me to play in your schedule? He said. I'm like,
You are the schedule.
How do I know? I just think it's so rude that he's like, everybody else just tells me a time frame, a day and a time frame. I'm like, who the fuck does that? You know what I mean? Who am I to go? Okay, Thursday, 11:30, be there. You know what I mean? Who
Right.
does that? I'm fucking hell. So, and he already said that it wasn't going to be a late one. So I'm just like, pick a day. Please give me a fucking afternoon time. I want it. It's going to be live. I just fucking for some reason call it the weirdness of it, whatever. But I just, you take this out of it, you take this side of it out, it's like I have no interest in it. It's just fucking getting everybody together. I'm serious because I thought about doing Joel like a recorded episode, and it's just I don't know what it is. It's hard to turn it on. You know what I'm saying? It's just weird.
It's different when
It's hard to, yeah. When you know that people aren't watching or whatever, it's different. It's just different. I have to know that they're there to, I don't know. I yeah, call it what it is, but it ain't the same. It ain't
No,
the
it's
same.
it isn't. You're right.
In the interest of keeping it what it is, I just have decided I'll go live at that point. They want to watch it recorded, they can watch it later, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or if they can jump on, you probably that was cool for a lot of people in chat. We're like, hey, I finally get to catch a live chat. You know what I mean? There's like the daytime crowd that was like, hell yeah, I get to finally chat with everybody. Because you never realize how many people play that back and read chat along with the show or whatever too. So,
Yeah, yeah. It was a good episode though. We killed that day. I think we actually got up into like the 130 that day.
yeah, man, that's cool.
I'll let you go, brother. You actually look tired. You look like boom tired. You look like boom edible tired.
I know, right? Yeah, dude, that sweet thing kind of hit me. That's pretty funny stuff. Kind of one of my newer ones, I guess. Apparently, she's gonna make the show. But I appreciate it, man. It's always fun jumping on, shooting the shit, talking chat. So I'm gonna get out though. Appreciate you guys.
Totally my pleasure. Have a good night, man.
Yeah, you too.
Catch you tomorrow, hopefully. Smiley's Gardens jumping in to help kill a little bit of time. And yes, you heard it. I'm going to bail on you guys a little bit early tonight. A little bit early. So let's get these goodbyes out of the way. Canada Trooper, appreciate your help and support, my friend, my brother. Always means a lot. John Boy, Aldridge 25, Smiley's Gardens, of course. Majestic Marks, Glorousgenetics, Kenios. God, there we go. Can't believe it. Who else we got in chat? My daughter Alexis, I love you. Alexis, I love you, Alexis. Purple Thumb OG. Who else we got here in chat? We're still burning up the midnight hours. JD. What else we got? We got Milo. Rob T. Roy, he ain't in chat, but he's a daytime fan. Trey Valone, thank you for popping in as well. Ned Denver. I seen Jack Greenstock in the chat earlier as well. CJ Apple. Tons of respect for that guy. Oh, he was here not so long ago. Hell, you CJ, if you're still in chat, thank you very much. Bag Seed. Light it up again, Tim. Arturo Santamaria. I said that right. Thank you very much, Bill Sid. B&M Plasma. Thank you very much for popping in. Try not to Johnny Bell or Joni Bell. Thank you very much for popping in. Who else am I missing here? As far back as I can go, and I think that's everybody. So if I missed your name, I am totally sorry, but I do. Oh, Misty's Nugs. I know she was here. Thank you very much for your time tuning in. Means more than you can ever know. It's helped me through shitty times. It's helped take my mind off of troubles, whatever, and appreciate it. So guys, have a great night. I can't tell you this every night, but I'm going to do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness changed lives. You guys have been, just by showing up, have changed the course of mine. And I hope in some small way I've altered your course as well in a good way. And please come back tomorrow night when, of course, Jack Greenstock, Mr. and Mrs. Jack Greenstock will be here tomorrow telling us of their cannabis journey and hopefully their grows, marriage, and their honeymoon, and all the great stuff in their life. Please tune in for that. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a amazing day. Have a great night. Hope you sleep well. If you're getting ready to tune it in, call it the end of the day. Just get some sleep. If you're just getting up, like I believe Purple Thumb OG is, have a great day. I hope you rested well, and we'll see you guys all same place. Unfortunately, you're probably going to have to look for it because your notifications may no longer work. Thanks to flags, but you know what time? As soon as you look at your watch, you can bet your ass notification, no notification.